Okay. Change settings for quality here. Sure can. My homie can walk all the way down to 144. Good. I'm curious. If I write
I wish you'd stay, but you're not coming back home. I tried to play, it's not the same as you know. You said you'd stay by my side, I'm sat all alone. I wish you'd stay, but you're not I wish you'd stay, but you're not coming back home. Try to play, it's not the same as you know. You said you'd stay by my side, I'm sat all alone. I wish you'd stay, but you're not home.
let's get it, boys. I mean, you can enter if you want. Just know. Don't be complaining when you get dusted. I mean, anything can happen. You good, baby. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, perfect. You're welcome, my dude. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Take that. Okay. Superstar. Turn.
No more sorries, no more pain, no more us for you to blame. Just our song that we let play again and again and again. No more sorries, no more pain, no more us for you to blame. Just our song that we let play again and again and again. Again and again and again. Again and again. No more sorries.
Get my ancestral book purchase.
Tell me that you need me. I've been waiting all night for you to. Oh, oh, tell me what you want, yeah. I've been waiting all night for you to. Tell me what you want. Tell me that you need me. I've been waiting all night for you to tell me what you want, yeah. I've been waiting all night for you to tell me that you need me, tell me that you want me. I've been waiting all night for you to tell me that you need me, tell me that you want me, tell me that you need me.
Since we were young,
You are not the only one. Keep on dreaming. This is a new beginning. Get yourself levitating. Don't ever let life pull you down.
I don't know why I get baited by that every time.
The night is young. Who cares where we go? We're ready for the afterglow. Someone pull the sunlight back, 'cause we want this night to last. Smoke and dust over rainbows, afterglow. We're ready for the afterglow.
stroke of bad luck, money slipping right through the cracks. It's a shame how we don't know what we really have. Tear it down to the score. All you ever wanted. Give the lights what it wrong. Is it all you ever wanted? Is it all you ever wanted?
Slapping.
Let me see clearer, because I'm faded now. As I try to break away from the distance that you take, I think the answer is that you let me out. Just let me out. Why don't you? Just let me out. Why don't you? Just let me out. Why don't you? Just let me out. I'm your prisoner. Just let me out.
do I check my accuracy on the fucking controller? Oh my god. So dumb, dude. I literally can't. You know. Literally, where the fuck is it? Oh my god, dude. So shitty design.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun.
God damn, dude. I literally have to quit the game to fucking figure it out. Like, stupid ass fucking. God, they suck at this shit. Bass guitar, simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your right foot. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, 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 close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
Can I? Jesus Christ. Stun.
We slip away, yeah, like gravity defying. We're falling through the light. We slip away, yeah, like gravity defying. We're falling through the light.
Oh no, it wasn't a juice mob. It was just a normal arch nemesis. Yep, makes sense. Holy Joe's, man, that's just so stupid. Figure your shit out, man. Damn, that's so disappointing.
It was deep, it was soulful, it was techno, it was disco.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
A kaleidoscope of sounds, it was truly underground.
This is Amelie Lenz.
Hey, this is Bonobo.
Hello, Sherelle here.
This is Carl Cox.
An essential mix in the clouds where we could dance and sing out loud.
Raise your hands in the air. Let's do a mic check. Make some noise!
I must have went to house heaven because nothing's that divine.
Radio 1's Essential Mix.
Hi, I'm Pete Tong, your host of the Essential Mix here on the legendary BBC Radio 1. This week we're going drum and bass with one of the most respected producers in the genre. Coming out of the Ram Camp, our guest is the British DJ behind massive tunes like Troglodyte and Renaissance, and his remix of Panic Room. He's just dropped Rise, which is single number 5 of a 6-part series for 2021 called Sequel. He also debuted his new Visions AV show at the Village Underground in London last month. And he's to make his long-awaited Essential Mix debut right now. For the next 2 hours on Radio 1, this is the sound of Culture Shock.
Holy shit, dude, you're fucking phasing, dude. God damn, you boring motherfuckers. Jesus Christ, man. 50-year-old game over here. Like, oh, that's the best coding we can do. Even when you beat it, it just kind of stays there for a little bit, because we really don't know how to make it more interactive, you know? Yeah, we get it. Can't do anything. Dumbass art for them is shit. Damn, dude, so boring. Literally, these fuckers don't play this game. sold this shit to China and they don't give a fuck anymore. Great. Yep, completely immune to all my damage. That's what a great thing to put in the fucking beginning of the game. Holy shit. So boring, dude. It's like locked out, like can we just stop? Oh shit. Let me quit the game and restart the game because I guess that's what they want us to fucking do. Wow, what a great interactive experience. So fucking cool, dude. This is how you design games, guys.
down to the bone. Take it down to the bone. Take it down to the bone. Take it down to the bone.
days get short and the nights grow long. You stop to count the ways you got it all wrong. What will make you smile at the finish line is all that we
Come on, give me my vote. There we go, baby. Talkie, a whole lot of dai. I'm gonna tie my shoes. I'm on like a 2-hour pace right now, okay?
best DJs.
BBC Radio 1's
Essential Mix.
Wrap myself around the edge, holding on to promises. In the end, is it all just in our heads? Trying to find the pieces left. But we're just thieves. We take it all, don't naive. We take it all, then we leave. Take it all, don't naive.
All right. So every time I smash a boss, that's what we're doing. Set real quick.
We're just thieves. We take it all, don't naive. We take it all, then we leave. Take it all.
Okay.
Start your computations for time.
Swept across what we once called East.
Blaze up the fire.
Burn them.
Bones. Oh my god, I gotta go run this whole thing over again. That's a great interaction. So fun. Sometimes you gotta do this. It adds so much to the game. Okay, great. Takes a little game to crash. Oh, just super lagging. Look at that. Just trying to catch up.
You're listening to Culture Shock on Radio 1's Essential Mix, exclusively to Radio 1 and Radio 1 Dance on BBC Sounds.
up, dude? Hey, are you hungry? Five hours? Yeah. What time? 2 o'clock? Okay. No. What the hell is your profile picture on YouTube? Didn't sleep till almost 2 last night? Aww. Up for like 2 days, bro. What is it in? Skull candies. But when you can't, I have 3 chats up. You gotta stick to one. You're gonna do YouTube. Do YouTube. I'm doing Discord. I'll keep it in Discord. Oh, this is not good. Bash is stolen. Damn it. Yeah, I dressed it like the second we did it. Just whichever. I have Twitch up, I have YouTube up, I have in-game. I got fucking you on Discord. It's not a lot to check. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Like, I'm not gonna just look up there every 2 seconds. 3 hours. Really give me a headache switching, looking at all these screens, just trying to see if somebody's saying anything. Didn't see. Damn it. Yeah. Literally have to look all the way to the right. I can't even see what's happening on the screen. Well, I didn't see Twitch going, only YouTube. Oh, I can't even fuck with it. I don't care. On the speed run. God damn it. Hope you can turn your auras on. I love how it's putting at the beginning of the level. What? Why would you do that? Or fucking pass the checkpoint, dude? I lit the fucking checkpoint up. Why you putting me in the back of the goddamn fucking stage, dude? Stupid intuitive game. I'm so sick of this shit. Everything just irks the fuck out of me because I know just how useless and carefree. They don't give a fuck about the game. Everything pisses me off. Give a shit about the stuff. Here we are. You can just check this chat. Close everything. Hold on. Close that. Close. Fucking OBS chat. Quit. Go. Easy peasy. Trying something new. We're doing. Apparently, V Rising is a popular game. Castle building game? I don't know. Not really got me. I don't know. I haven't watched much on it or anything on it. I don't know. Maybe. Boom. Projectiles are insane and boring. Not just castle building. Let's make projectiles stun a character. What a good game design. We literally have no idea what's fucking killing you. We can't give you a kill box. You've been asking for like 20 fucking years since the game developed. Can't tell you. We'll make shit off screen stun you, kill you. We'll put arch nemesis mods that make all your damage go to 0. We'll make your leech turn off. We'll make your health go to fucking half health. No answers, no reason why it's happening. Great design, guys. Great job. I know these fuckers play Roadblock. They don't fucking play this game. Projectile, dude. Oh my god. How boring that is, dude. There's no interaction. There's nothing you can do as a player. You never just sit there and fucking die. Piss poor shit, man. And now they made it so prevalent. Damn, these fucking suck, dude. Ruining my game. Who fucking asked for this shit, you dumb fucking assholes? Who asked for this shit? Nobody. That's who. Your rich Chinese overlords. I don't give a fuck. POS me. Pathetic fucking shills, man. Ruined a good ass game for your stupid dollars. Got everybody working on their new game, their new PoE 2. You don't give a fuck about this one anymore? Yeah, we know. Literally the only soul on the planet not excited for PoE 2. I just don't give a fuck about it. Make a different game. Don't make PoE at all. Just leave PoE alone. Put it back like it was. Make the game fucking fun again. Oh my god, here we go again. It's stupid shit. Don't worry, we got fucking insane resist everything. Make sure you have a real fun time in the fucking campaign. So you really want to come back and play this game.
This is BBC Radio 1.
You relax. About that. Fuck these assholes. I'm sick of this shit, man. Every league gets some fucking shittier version of the game I used to fucking play. There's nothing else to fucking play, so I gotta stay fucking playing this stupid shit. Literally nothing else to play, or I'd play something else. Just like making new builds, doing new shit just to stay busy. It's literally the only thing this game's good for now. That's all. Damn it, which way am I going? I have no idea because the game fucking resets you and puts you down a level that you were before 10 minutes ago. So you don't know if you're going up, you don't know if you're going down. There's not a single marker on the side of the goddamn screen. There's no marker on the mini-map. Fuck this game. How about that? Fuck this stupid ass game. Who needs logic, huh? And you get all of this fucking scrub paying your bills, and you write manifestos on fucking microtransactions. Like, who give a goddamn shit about your stupid fucking internal shit about why you're making microtransactions and why you fix the bug? So goddamn dumb. So ignorant to think that that's the fucking priorities of the goddamn community. I'm 6 portal, and even with defense, it doesn't even fucking matter, dude. Once you get the high juice maps and you start actually trying to juice maps like you're supposed to in the game, like the whole point of the game is to get to the end games and juice them up and make a whole bunch of money and beat a whole bunch of shit and explode whole screens and all that shit. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter, because with the fucking way that the game's set up, you will absolutely get one shot no matter who you are, what you build, what you do. If you put the mods up high enough, you're gonna get fucking absolutely one shot. No matter. That is retarded. That is fucking dumb. Why? It's dangerous and makes you have to pay attention. No, the game doesn't tell you anything, so you can't even pay attention. What are you fucking talking about? You fucking mindless clones. Moronic fucking idiots, man. Do they even think we're stupid, or they literally just, like I said, they just don't give a fuck about the game. They don't care about the game. They got PoE 2. They're gearing up the monetization on PoE 2, bro. That's what we got going on. Who gives a fuck about this game, man? We'll just give you shit ass fucking trash ass leagues where we do the same shit we've done to you for the last 6-7 years. You'll keep coming back. You'll see you playing the stupid game, and we'll keep doing it again and again, and then we'll make new microtransactions for you. Yay! Everything's fucking fixed. But meanwhile, Copium, PoE 2 is coming. Oh man, I cannot wait to play the same goddamn game I'm playing right now. The same fucking problems it has right now on a newer engine with a little better graphics. Ooh, cannot wait. Copium. I literally have no fucking clue if I'm going up or if I'm going down. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I've been playing the game for 10 fucking years. I have no idea what's happening. Oh no, look, there's the beginning. I've ran all the way back to the beginning because the game has reset me so many fucking times backwards that I've lost control of where the fuck I'm going in this stupid game. Jesus Christ. Absolute shit show. I'm just an 8-year veteran, you know? Like, why would I be able to do that? Why would I be able to know which way I'm going in the goddamn campaign? How dare me, huh? Jesus Christ. Look at this. 10 minutes of running backwards. Oh, good, dude. Such a good game design. God damn, dude. Those new players are probably having a blast in this game. What a good game. Go on. Fucking shoot me some projectiles off screen. I'm about to die again to this dumb shit. Literally nothing else kills me. Oh. Well, I need to check the YouTube chat. I'm reading everything you put down. You haven't said anything I need to respond to. What, try B Rising? I already said I'm not really interested. Rogue Tower, what about it? And the new game you got, the Destruction Thing. What are you saying? You want me to play that? I'll play the Rogue Tower thing later. Like, I enjoy a game of that. Right now, like I said, I'm speedrunning on PoE. I'm just ranting and complaining. If you don't want to listen to it, it's cool. Mute me. Or click off. Yeah, all about the money at the end of the day. Yeah. I mean, that's literally all they care about. That's it. It's just the money grab. The whole game has become just another way to fund the next game that will fund the next game that will keep funding everybody's pocket. I want to say that I'm not gonna play it so bad, dude. I want to be like, I'm not playing PoE 2. I'm not gonna play it, but I know I will end up playing it because there'll be nothing else to fucking do. It's gonna like strike my interest. I've already invested so much time in this damn game. I don't know. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just fucking quit gaming. Done before. Definitely been thinking about it more and more lately. Boring. Waste my time during the day doing something, learning something. Honestly. Just do this shit most of the time because it keeps my brain stimulated because fuck with. Alright, almost done. 8. Boom, 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 9 seconds. Quick boom boom. Well, you said you were tired of the game, so I was trying to I was interested in something else at the time. As far as like the instruction game and shit like that, like that's just like fun to fuck off. Like all those other games, they don't hold more attention. Fuck off. We'll play some Road Tower later. I'm done with that. Yeah, I deleted Diablo Immortal. Yeah, I no way was I playing that crap. It's like $100,000 or something. Like just to get like maxed out. Play, kidding. I'm playing a dumbass pay to win Diablo mobile game. Good on that. Asmongold reviewed it. Pay to win. Ain't doing no fucking pay to win. Yeah. Oh my god, this is awful. Throw our body at it. I don't even know if they're doing better with poison though. Bleed and poison, but kill it. I'm about to switch to being primarily a solo gamer just because of all these multiplayer games are kind of brain money hungry. True. I mean, I don't mind paying money into a game. Like, I mean, they gotta make money. I get that. And, you know, at the end of the day, like, PoE does it like some of the best. I'm just super critical of them, but like, they don't make us buy the game. They don't charge us anything to play every league and do everything. Like, you don't have to buy a single fucking thing to play Dash Matters. I mean, that's good. That's how it should be. But at the same time, like, I can be as critical as I want to be of like my favorite company. Did the same thing to Blizzard, man. I've just a Blizzard fanboy my whole entire life. They turned into a shit ass company. Never thought it could even happen. They used to be like Titan, and they could come out with games and they wanted every once every 10 years and make absolutely legendary games that lasted fucking another 20 years. Now they're just oh, how the mighty have fallen. That's how I feel about GGG too. Used to be an absolutely amazing company, and now I think they're just kind of got other shit going on now. I don't think they played this game at all. I dead ass wish they would never made a PoE 2. Just make a new game. Just patch Vegs out and then make a new one. Whatever the fuck that is. Guardians of Bohemia. Whatever the fuck it is. And then make that game how you want to make that game. Leave PoE the fuck alone. Can't move, just perpetually endlessly stunned. just running the internet and legit shit about gambling. I agree with that. It's a hard line to tell people what they can and can't do. Okay, so you know, I don't know. It's like if somebody wants to gamble in a game, should they be allowed to? Yeah, I think so. But as a whole, the culture accepts it, so it's really like complaining about our own society. It's really not really the companies creating. It's their job to do that shit, right? It's their job to make money. But if the model doesn't work because we don't accept it, then they will adjust. Instead, we accept it. Okay. So what you got going on today? What are you doing? Debbie.
You're listening to Culture Shock on the Essential Mix, exclusively for BBC Radio 1.
don't think you hear me. Is this not enough? I don't think you hear me. Is this not enough? It's just not enough.
Idiot. Okay. Chill out. Chill, little buddy. Calm down, little buddy. Brandon Straka tells his January 6th story and how the DOG steamrolled him. Who is that? Brandon Straka. No idea. Wow, 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 wow.
Devin lied. He did not invent the way of the giant pumpkin or the party arm. I've been doing this for 35 years. By the way, first good practice in 10 months. On my way back.
Fucking with this guy too hard in these comments. What the fuck, man? What?
Relate to, or that you feel you could add to. So it's almost basically I choose the characters that I believe that I might have something unique to add to that particular character. and because they either fascinate me, the mind, or they dive inside your heart, you know. But they're all strangely intertwined, even, you know, from the worst, the nastiest to Edward Scissorhands. There is some sort of monofilament that holds them all together. Which
No shit. So they ordered him $10 million fucking dollars. Holy shit. $10 million to Johnny. And then the county allotted another $350K because they said they could, pretty much. Like, what? Actual crazy. Okay. Bro, that's wild. Okay, what do we got? What we got? What we got? Something good to watch here. This is shit. Wait, what? The fuck? Where's it playing at, dude? Victor and Victor. Was it? Playing in picture. Oh my god. What are you talking about? Not playing anywhere. Yikes. Savior is only 10C? The fuck? Yep, okay, yep. You really better run blood aqueducts with the build, bro? Like, literally nobody wants to see or care about it. We literally about to do blood aqueducts. Jesus Best map, white tier, melts bosses, clones even solo. Oh shit. I mean, I guess it's, you stay alive because you're not standing still long enough. Jeez. Thing is shredding. Just don't see it dying about 10,000 times every time. Does he get out of? No, he's almost dying a white tier. So. Red tier. There we go. DPS starts to lag. Ugh. It's not a red tier map. Oh, it's so sketch. Overall, the build challenge is to utilize Blitzseeker shooting and flicker. Turns out it's pretty good in terms of clear speed. Who can read that fast? Sadly, boss DPS lacks an end. Oh well, at least installations love. Anyway, hope you enjoy the 1x Exile series. This 1x budget challenge is fun. That's pretty cool for 1x.
In that case, let's just jump into it. Hey guys, Tarket here, and I'm very happy to say that Preach is joining us today, alongside also Rise and Noogie.
Disappointment. Thanks a lot, Turkey. You're great.
But Preach, for anyone who doesn't yet know who you are, do you mind just introducing yourself?
Sure. I was a World of Warcraft content creator for 9 years and recently decided to stop covering that game. So it opened me up to a whole other bunch of stuff. And one of those things I tried out was Path of Exile. And now I'm.
I don't know. Where is that, man? I don't know what's happening necessarily. Wait, what? Wait. What? Is it not live anymore? So next time you want to go live? Wait. Do you hear me? Where's my mini screen? It's not working, man. The thing's not fucking working. Hold on. New winder. Give me a new winder. Um. Here we go. Okay.
For quite a
Okay.
go up. So the changes they've made is that it's now when you kill a rare monster, you gain its modifiers for 60 seconds instead of 20. But on top of that, they've done a lot of work on reducing the memory usage of rare monsters so that a greater variety can be present in each area. This means that you should be getting more Headhunter stacks. Previously, I didn't think Headhunter felt that bad, but I'm very curious to see, is it much better? So we're going to run a triple influenced map here. Veritania, Shaper, and something else. Oh yeah, Eater of Worlds, and let's, I don't know, slap on Domination. I just want something a bit juicy to really test it out and see can it handle it.
In that case, let's just jump into it. Hey guys, Tarket here, and I'm very happy to say that Preach is joining us today, alongside also Rise and Noogie.
Disappointment. Thanks a lot, thank you. You're great.
But Preach, for anyone who doesn't yet know who you are, do you mind just introducing yourself?
Sure. I was a World of Warcraft content creator for 9 years and recently decided to stop covering that game, so it opened me up to a whole other bunch of stuff. And one of those things I tried out was Path of Exile, and now I'm here because I did a challenge. Can you play unguided, or at least do the campaign? That was the challenge start. I've gone past that now. I'm like I'm invested. But that is it.
What tier of maps are you up to now?
3. Yes, 3.
Oh,
Although
damn.
that varies a lot because I don't know what anything does, right? That's kind of the problem. So I had all these devices that I could stick in the 4 slots, and I juiced up some of the maps, and I died instantaneously. But other tier 3 maps I cleared. I haven't done a 4 yet. Nothing tells you what's going on in this game. Nothing. It's just like, hey, this makes in the map box. You're like, okay, I guess so. And then you put it in, and it doesn't tell you what it did, or if it did anything at all. And then I was fighting something called Elders. That was pretty spooky, because they created these big portals and things. And I don't know what any of these little cogwheels do that I was adding in. I have no idea, but I assume it's beneficial. Yeah. Right?
Cogwheels? Are we talking sextants?
They were things that said like, in the dusk, it will rise. And then there was another one that was like in the...
yeah.
Yeah, there's no tooltip. There's no indication of what it does. Nothing changes on the map description when you put them in. So I used them though. That was helpful.
Yep.
And also, just for this interview and watch this on Twitch later on YouTube, we're going to try and continue through without spoiling things. So just enjoy us talking around certain topics.
Yes.
So how long ago did you actually start playing PoE? How many days has it been now?
4, I think. 4 stream days. Yeah, it was a completely random decision. We were talking about it in stream while I was playing. I was doing a pre-release for King's Bounty 2, and we were just talking about PoE, and I was like, it really annoys me because PoE is that game that came out, and if you were into ARPGs, you lost your mind. All I heard all the time was, it's so much better than Diablo 3. This is the game you have to be playing. And I had not that long ago, played Diablo 3, which was my first ever ARPG. That was the first one I ever did, and I did not enjoy it at all. I played through the first campaign, which when the game came out in vanilla, you had to do the easiest and then 3 more times before you could get to like the end game. So I played through the first campaign, was kind of enjoying myself, playing with my friends. It was like a 4-player team. And then we killed Diablo, and then immediately got teleported back to the town, the starting town. And I was so confused because nobody had told me about this. So I was like, what's happening now? And they're like, oh, we have to play through the campaign again 3 more times before we can start doing other stuff. And I just uninstalled it immediately. I was like, this is terrible. I don't want to do this at all. So that was my only ARPG experience. But I keep seeing videos of Quinn dying or whatever and raging, which get everywhere. And in my Discord, every time we was playing World of Warcraft, after the raid would finish, the guys were like, let's go play PoE. The new league's starting, the new season's starting. Let's dive into PoE. And I was like, oh, could I join in? And they're like, well, do you have the KFC, WTF, barbecue, AT&T build? And I was like, well, have fun, guys. I'll see you later. And it was just one of those games that it just felt like if you didn't play from the start, you just couldn't jump into. And then my stream was immediately saying, well, you need a guide. You have to do X and Y before you even start playing the game. And I hate that. So I like doing a challenge. So I was like, can you do it without, and then we did it the very next day. That was the only reason we played, was off the back of a conversation. That was it.
That's fair. So now that you're in maps, what was the main point where you were kind of like, okay, yeah, maybe I could have used a guide? Because I really like the fact that you went in blind, and you going in blind has been some of the most entertaining Path of Exile content. But from when I've watched your streams, there's been a few times of like, maybe I need a guide now.
From the start, I would never have done this normally. Like, the way I did this playthrough of the campaign was dumb for the most part. Like, there's nothing wrong in checking, what's good and what's not. There's nothing wrong with that, especially when you have so many choices. Because PoE, that talent tree, the actual talent screen, has been used by so many PoE players to like shit on other people, right? If you want to like, people are like, oh, this is a cool talent tree. Well, have you seen PoE's talent tree, mate? And then they're like, stick it in your face. And you're like, yeah, it's kind of intimidating. But then when you actually get into it, it's not that bad. But I would have absolutely checked some things, like the power charges and things like that. I don't know what they are. It took me an unreasonable amount of time to find them. The game does tell you, but it's really buried in the help menu under a glossary of charges. I would have just Googled that, right? I absolutely would have just, what is this? Rage. I don't know what rage is still to this day. I have all these talents that tell you, you consume rage or you build rage. Well, I don't really know how that is. And without putting talents and stuff into it, I would be just testing things out. And today actually, I found out you can't even respec in the game, right? Like a full respec. Unless that's something much later. You can respawn passive points. But once you've gone very deep into a tree, respecking that seems really hard. And if I'd known that, I would absolutely have Googled a build, because that's a huge amount of work to try and undo what you've already done. So yeah, I wouldn't have played it this way normally. I did it for the challenge and for the fun of it. I'm glad I did, though. The mystery was fantastic. And still is to this day. Like, it's been amazing.
So one thing, just as a follow-on to that, because I'm curious about this, because obviously especially when you're covering a lot of like the classic stuff and talking about the problem with like, doing classic versions of WoW is we kind of know it all. Has this playthrough made you kind of like nostalgic for those very early MMO kind of days when there just wasn't the information available?
Nostalgic? I'm not nostalgic for it because I still found it today, right? That's the thing. There's a very good argument to be made that once you know too much about a game, which you absolutely can do. Like, I know way too much about World of Warcraft to the point where really minor things frustrate the hell out of me, because they have, for me, who can cover all the basics without even thinking, this very minor thing
Who does this sound
ruins my day.
Who does this sound like?
Going into something like Path of Exile, which is huge, and
Holy
not knowing
shit.
any of that, does
That's
give
me,
that same
dude.
feeling I
The
had the
tiniest
first day I
little
played
things
World
about
of
this game
Warcraft.
fucking
Like,
drive me
you can still get
insane
that
now.
today as long as you're willing to jump into something with, head first and see
That's
what's
so
going to happen.
funny,
Because
dude.
I truly believe most game devs don't make their campaign for min-maxes. In any game, they allow you to make a lot of mistakes. It's totally fine. They design it that way. If you want to get into the serious endgame stuff, then you're probably going to be invested anyway, and you want to start learning more about it. And certainly now, the internet makes everything a community game, right? Like Dark Souls did it first, like with Demon Souls, where they were like, this game is pretty hard, and there are some nasty things, but we'll put the corpses in of other people so you can see where they go. They knew it was going to be a community building experience. And that's how these games are. I think the idea of not looking at the community is dumb because they're designed with that in mind, right? And Path of Exile is certainly a great example of that, as is World of Warcraft and any of those MMOs. But if you're willing to like say, the campaign's probably going to be okay. I'm probably going to be fine. If I've got some basic knowledge of a game, I'm probably going to be okay. That's the best part for me. That's absolutely amazing because that now I'm in the position where maybe I want all that extra information and I'm going to feel like a noob, but I'm also going to lose all that mystery and all that fun stuff, like not knowing what's going to happen. I can quickly Google, like I was talking about the maps before, and putting them things in. Of course, what does this do? I don't know. I'm just going to Google it and figure it out. But not knowing what it is a big part of the fun for what I'm having right now. But eventually, I'm gonna have to find that stuff out, which I should have done a long time ago. I probably would have done it before my first map, honestly, if it wouldn't have been a streams thing.
I mean, at a certain point, you just kind of realize that with PoE, you just can't know everything anyway. So I feel like the big advantage of your playthrough was the fact that you didn't overwhelm yourself with information, because that happens a lot for PoE players. And in general, probably you've heard this feedback a lot that PoE is way too hard. You're gonna hit a brick wall. There's no way that you can do this or do that, and you've been doing it okay, from what I've seen so far. And it's just kind of interesting that you would also almost like call it dumb, because that's a pretty big issue for Path of Exile, that the game doesn't feel friendly towards players, and that a lot of people have a problem with the developers. Even they take it like personally, like GGG's attacking their intelligence by Path of Exile being a certain way. So it's just kind
Can
of.
you have a game with this depth without it having those kinds of flaws? Like you can fix there's a lot of things that are very easy fixes that I can see from a new player point of view. Better tooltips would be amazing. Like mousing over resistances should give you some information. Like right now on my resistance screen, wasn't hard to find. Open your character screen, defenses, right? It's likely to be there. That's a bit of gamer knowledge that a lot of people have, right? Not everybody, but most. But I have a resistance number, and then I have one that's in parentheses. I have no idea what that means, and I'm not sure how to find that out, right? So that would be something I need to go and Google that, or I need to ask other people, because I have no idea what those two values are relating to. Why is one in parentheses and one's not?
There are so many things in Path of Exile that we as players take for granted, but you would, even when Googling, you wouldn't be able to like figure them out. I don't know.
True.
Like for instance, do you really enjoy applying quality to your armor one by one? It's really fun, huh? It would be great to have that as a quality of life.
I figured, since my answer to that is I had some weird interactions with that, and I found out it's based on the rarity of the item. So first of all, I couldn't automatically figure out how you applied it quickly, which was very annoying. I was like shift clicking, alt clicking, control clicking, until eventually it was like it's right click then shift click. I was like, okay. But like, yeah, I got it eventually. I got it when I bought one of the stashes, because I was like, there's no way they've built this fancy UI and not made a quick way of doing this. And it was bothering me because I knew there was a way, but I couldn't find the button combination to get it right. But it kept randomly upgrading. Sometimes it would upgrade like 2%, sometimes it would upgrade like 5%. So I figured that's why they made it individual in order to do that. But they created a quick way of doing it if you were doing 1%. So it was based. I eventually, because I was toying with the crafting system. I'm sorry to anybody I hurt those days. Right? I was just sciencing. I had all these resources, so I was like, I don't really care if I lose a Varlob. I don't care. I have got like 7 or 8 of them. I'm not bothered if I lose it. But I know people would be like, why would you do that? But I was just sciencing. I was just messing around. And that's how I figured that stuff out. Because I was like, oh, okay. So sometimes
Good for him,
if it's
dude.
a lower quality, a lower rarity,
Good for Preach, man.
Quicker,
that's how you do it right there, dude.
I don't know why they have that order of operations. It feels really unnecessary to have any sort of weird order of operations.
I wish I could go back and play this game like him.
It's outdated, basically. It used to not work like that because certain items would remove that property. And so, yeah. A lot of the systems are something that existed for a long time. And even the shift clicking that you managed to figure out, that actually wasn't the case for many years. Like, we went on like 2 or 3 years without like shift clicking at all. Or
it
any
makes
sort
sense
of
to me
quality of
that
life.
because you got the stack split, right? It tells you in the tooltip that you can split the stack. So it's like, okay, so I want 20 quality. So I'll just drag it to 20 and then put it on the item. that would have made some sense to me. That's something I tried like 4 or 5 times as if I was being an idiot, and it was like I can't work it out, so I'm just going to right click, left click, and get it done. I did eventually figure it out, but you're right. Those silly things, it didn't tell me anywhere to do it that way. It was a case of, oh, what experience do I have with keyboards? Because I know that Reddit, I found out Reddit thought I was lying about it being a blind playthrough, or somebody on Reddit, because I figured out shift click, shift right click, move things between boxes. And I was like, that's been a staple of like games that I've played for like 20 years. I don't know what to tell you, man. That's not a thing. But I tried every button combination I could think of to get that working, and it didn't work, and it was frustrating as hell. Because I in my mind I was like, there must be a quick way of doing this. This makes no sense that you go, because they're nearly always 0, right? You get lucky if there's one that's got more quality. I actually don't really know what quality does, other than just slightly improve the stats that are already there. I think that's what it does. That's all I can see. Yeah.
It's a hard conversation to have without spoiling it.
I have to say, while we are laughing at you, it has been great watching you. And I was in your stream when you worked out the right click thing, and you should have seen how chappy what a chat was. And they're like, yes, he's got it. But there's a really interesting discussion there on that whole thing of like acquired game knowledge. I was having this conversation with a friend of mine who she's only recently gotten into gaming. And that's something she struggled with a lot, that a lot of games kind of take for granted, that people have been taught this is how you do certain things over the last 10 or 15 years. And it is kind of interesting how with PoE you kind of have, okay, we have half the tool tips and the other stuff just isn't there. And like, well, where do you actually work the stuff out?
Yeah, it's where do you draw the line, right? How many games have we probably all played where the tutorial's like an hour long and you just like, and it's telling you to use the thumbstick to walk forwards and things like that, and you're just losing your mind because you've been doing this since you were a kid. But then again, like your friend is like, well, I've not used a controller before. So what do you want me to do? Where do you draw that line? But this game is designed, I give this a lot of leeway because this game is designed for thousands of hours of gameplay, right? It's designed that way. And you're just not going to get that without masses of stuff to mess and fidget with. Like the amount of depth that I've found with playing with an item. And I said this at the end of my stream. I have no idea when something drops. Is this good? I have a general idea. If it's got like 5 links or 6 links, it's probably going to be okay as long as I, check it out and it's got some reasonably decent stuff. That's probably a really good item. But I've now seen about 6 or 7 different crafting things. I found harvesting today, where I had all these machines that could add stuff and I could bring stuff back if I wanted to. So it's like a toothpick could drop, and I might have the Sword of Damocles here if I know what to do with it. But like, there's so many different avenues I can go with this item to try and make it good, that when I'm passing over the thousands of items, I do have a loot filter now, but when I'm passing over thousands of items, like, I'm not really sure, could this turn into something good? Because I can even scour it and start from scratch and, build it up that way. So it's very, and then when obviously unique items drop, you feel excited, but a lot of, I think a lot of them I found have been garbage. And that's really been quite annoying because it's like, you have that big music that plays up in the light and it's like, oh, cool. And then I check it, and it's like 1 damage. I'm like, well, can I do? What can I do with this damn thing? Or I've had so many unique bows and things like that I've been like, just give me the big axe, man. Just make it happen for me.
I think the best example of that, and I'll keep this sort of spoiler free, was earlier on. I think it was the first map you did after you got the Neversink loot filter, and the loot filter highlighted a ward item. And you were like, ward, awesome. I don't know if this is good or not. Let me check the glossary. So you check the glossary and it's not in the glossary. And then like, I know, I'll check the passive tree. So this is the only thing I'm going to say about ward. Ward is a new base type that was introduced this league. So it has no interaction on any of the systems. So I was actually, when you opened up the glossary, I'm like, oh, that's so smart. And then as soon as you open it, I'm like, he's not going to find anything because it's not going to be there.
I just sold it. It was too much for me to handle. Like, my brain was overwhelmed. It was like, this item's a different color on the loot filter, so it must be good. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't know if this is good. This looks terrible to me. And it was bothering me. I knew I'd be thinking about it for about an hour, so I just sold it to spare myself the anguish of trying to understand what the item was. I think it was a caster item anyway.
I mean, even the names of things,
You
like the green thing
son
you
of a
chase
gun.
around, you'll never know. I mean, maybe one day you'll find out what the green thing you chase around is.
No, I don't know what that is. No, I have no idea. I chase it down though. I hunt it like a dog. It's like a bloodhound when it's around. Like I didn't know what the. I know the name of it now. The abyss, the green crack in the ground.
Wait,
Like,
how did you find that out?
It was in the glossary. Help menu.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's in the help
Yeah,
menu.
I'm frantically looking through it right now because I'll be honest, this might be the very first time I've ever opened this thing, as they did, like, eventually kind of made it as, to help people out, but yeah, I've never actually seen people use it.
I used it today for the first time, and because I was desperate to find out what charges were, because there's been a lot of talents in the game that I haven't taken because I have no idea what they do. So I did this. I said this in the first video when I was explaining my thought process going into it. I've heavily leaned on really basic game knowledge: two-handed axe, critical strike, strength, attack speed. Typically pretty good with those kinds of things. So I've leaned to those obvious things. Does 25% more damage? I can understand that. But then I've seen things like endurance charges. No idea what they are. Power charges. There's frenzy charges I got because it came with Flicker. So then I got to play with it, and there's like, that makes sense to me. But I've gotten to talents which are like increases your rage by 10. I don't have any rage, and I haven't seen an ability yet that allows me to have rage. So I'm just gonna walk by and like leave that alone because I don't know what it is. Or I've taken it. In fact, I took the rage talents thinking that would give me rage because it was increasing my rage. I was like, okay, that'll give me rage, and then nothing happened, and I was like, okay, well. That's a waste of time.
You do have that one skill, Berserk. Did you get to use it?
No, I never got to use it. I picked it up thinking that would give, again, same thought process. If I pick this up that consumes rage, it must give me some sort of rage to deal with, right? But that didn't happen. I just had this spell that was grayed out all the time. So I was like, well, okay, I'll just leave that alone and move on. So I think that's been a reasonably negative experience out of the millions of positives that I've had. Is just some stuff I've tried and I've even invested in it, and I still don't know what it does. So I've just moved and kind of left it for a later date. And it will come to a Googling to like work out what he goes with this. I know that Bloodlust goes with rage. I got the Ascendancy tree where I went Berserker that had rage stuff in it as well. So I was like, I kind of want to know what this stuff is, but I can't seem to get it working. So I'm just going to ignore it and move on. And maybe I've missed out on some really fun stuff because of that. That's the negative side. Is maybe, and I don't know if I have, but maybe I've missed out on some really cool things because I've decided to move past it.
Wait until you find out that the
I
game
can see
straight
you
up lies
thinking
to you.
What?
No, nothing.
Well, I'm just because I'm trying to like deduce like where. So you're talking about the rage. So that was on the passive tree, the stuff that wasn't explained, right?
Two things I would rage, or three things. One was a passive circle that had, I can't remember the name of it, but it had something that increased my rage.
Yeah.
Maybe Berserking sounds like something I would have taken for sure. One in the Ascendancy tree, and then an ability that consumed rage to increase my damage. That was the ability I tried to mess with, but that never lit up for me. So
right. I'm gonna try and do something because I'm like sitting in game and I'm just a little surprised that you have no idea what it is. Because when I look at my tree in here, there is definitely
If I was to guess, I'm basing this on other games. It's something you generate as a resource, like a mana bar essentially, and then you can activate stuff that consumes that rate. I mean, I understand what the mechanic probably is. How it played into Path of Exile, I never saw it appear on my character. I didn't see it appear on my screen or anything.
So the other thing is, and you have this turned on now after someone told you to, is advanced tooltips. And that is one of the things that bothers me the most about PoE, is in the options menu, you have to tick an option to actually press Alt to see what items really do. And
that's a good bring up because, not to harp on about it too much, but I think there's maybe a thing going on in the gaming industry about stuff like that because 3 years ago, World of Warcraft simplified its tooltips and removed information from them, which was important information. But they decided the players didn't need it anymore. I was like, for me, who understands the game, I was like, how can you possibly not want to give this information to the players? How does that help them in any way? I mean, I'm thirsty for more knowledge. Like I said, I want more tooltips in Path of Exile. I would love it if you moused over like the rage ability. There was a little pop-up window that showed you stuff that happens with rage, right? Because they have a lot of the preview videos in game, and in the help menu they have little screenshots showing you affixes, suffixes, prefixes, things like that, demonstrating it. I would love to have seen that, like especially in Pale. Like in Pale made some sort of sense to me, but again, that's based on gamer knowledge. So I would have loved it if there was. It is because some things in Path of Exile. I'm only saying this because some things in Path of Exile don't work as I would expect. Crafting is one of them. I ignored crafting for 2 days because I figured, based on everything I know, crafting was building something from scratch, like taking all the raw materials and building a brand new chest. It turned out to be more close to what I would call enchanting, where you can add statistics, add modifiers to gear. And I was like, oh, I've been missing out on this for the last 2 days because for me, crafting was building something up from brand new, like taking a gray item and then turning it into something fantastic, which you can do, but you can also modify high-level items, right, if they don't have good prefix or suffix. And I'd ignored that completely based on that supposition, because it's called crafting.
That's an interesting thing. So you did interact with Rog, who kind of you can handle his items in a certain way, not so much I don't know, clicking a chaos or excuse me, the smiley face.
Smiley face.
Terrifying experience, that Rog guy, by the way.
Yeah. But what do you think between those two systems? Like, is Rog something that you would consider building up an item from the start? Or does it make sense to you as a player?
It makes sense to me now. Now I've done like 2 of them. It totally makes sense to me what it is. I actually love that system. As a fresh player, it might get super frustrating later down the line because there's that difference when you're endgame. But when I hit a wall, like I was dying all the time and my damage was bad, I fell back heavily on Rog, and I forget her name, begins with G, gambling and messing with items to just overall upgrade my character. And that was really fun because it wasn't a case of hoping for a drop. It was like, okay, we re-roll, that's something I want. Let's play with that and see what we get out of it. And often it benefited me in some way. So that was kind of a fun break from the action where I was still doing gaming. I wasn't listening to the ridiculously long dialogue that's in the game, which I really hope they fix at some point. I was just like, okay, I need a new necklace or a ring. Cool, I'm going to go play around with Rod. And I found that really enjoyable. Especially, I got lucky, I think, by my ignorance, that I built up so many resources that I could afford to lose a lot while messing around with it, which is the important part I found doing it blind, is I built up enough stuff that I could afford to waste it. Like I said about Varlobs, I don't know what all the individual things are, like the pictures of cups and things like that. I was like, whatever, I've got 500 cups. I could afford to lose 30 of them on this. But that was really fun. And re-rolling is a fun experience because it's an important choice, because you might have something really good there, but it could be better. And that's the Path of Exile way, right? It's good. Could be better, though, if I press this button. Or I could lose absolutely everything, which I did. I definitely tanked a few items, like messing around with it. But that was an enjoyable experience as well, because it didn't upset me anyway. It was fun. It was really fun to get good stuff.
So also, just to clarify for people, you are playing... Well, I don't even know if you know that. You're playing a certain league in which you can do certain things with other players.
He's talking... I think we can say the word trade. You're not trading with people.
Yeah.
No.
And that was one of the things that I was going to say. I think the fact you're not trading has been one of the great things about learning, because one of the big issues that I have is I'll have viewers who come to me who they've never experimented with crafting because they've worked out that if I have 5 smiley orbs, I can buy the item I want. And because they have that knowledge, they've never engaged with it. So that like initial intimidation you had with crafting the first few days, these people have carried for years. And it can be really difficult to break that once people have established, once I've got this currency, I can just buy the thing I want. And that's something that, for the last few leagues in particular, the developers have been really struggling with, because they've been introducing new systems, and there's this constant like back and forth of like, well, what's the right amount of crafting, what's too much, and this whole... It's a very awkward thing we're in, so it's been very interesting seeing how you've approached it, being completely blind.
Yeah, I've never been afraid, and I know you're absolutely right on what. I have no doubt you've had that problem, because even though I couldn't see my audience, when I was doing that stuff, I had to sort of preface what I was doing, saying, "I don't care if this fails. I really don't care, and I do not care if I waste a bunch of resources on it, because I know how precious some people find resources, especially if they know how to min-max things before they've even jumped in." And they know there's a more efficient way of using X resource. I was doing it just to learn. So that gave me that freedom to be like, I'm really not interested. If I have one Regal Orb, for example, which I had, I don't really get what it does. It's going to change it to magic, but what kind of different stats is that going to give me? I'm not sure until I press the button, really. So I'm going to press it. But I know some people probably covet those items, or I'm guessing they're relatively rare because I only got one compared to like hundreds of other things. So I don't care. Like, there'll be more down the line, right? There's always going to be more. You can haggle for them. You can do that kind of thing. So I had that freedom to mess around with it. The only reason I ignored crafting is because I didn't know what it was. I just assumed I would have to sit there and build items, and not really knowing what the floor or ceiling is with items. It was like, well, I'm not going to bother with that. I'll just wait for some stuff to drop. Go on.
Would you prefer for that to be available in the game? Like if you were to click a Regal Orb, these are the possible options that you have for something like that?
I mean, that'd be nice. I never say no to more information, right? Like it's an option to have if people want it. It's something I've always pushed for in any game that I've done critique on. If I don't know what this is after my history of playing. Now I will admit I intentionally didn't look at a lot of information the game has given me, more because it's really long-winded when they try and give you information. Like I mentioned in the story, it's like when it tries to give you information, it's very droll, and you're like, okay. So I kind of just skipped past it, which is my own fault. The knowledge is there. Like I didn't realize the linked gems, right? That was the first thing I'm sure people were insane over, is I didn't know that how support gems worked at first via the links. I thought they were linking skills and things like that or whatever. But when I figured that out, there was a tooltip that told me what to do there. But a little animation that catches your eye rather than, because a lot of windows pop up in Path of Exile. Right, you mouse over an item. It's a big box, right? It's a sizable box of information, and you're seeing it all the time, right? You're mousing over items, you're seeing all this information all the time, and it's a lot to take in, especially when even from the beginning of the game, there's thousands of items dropping all the time, right? And lots of skill gems. I mean, I banked all my skill gems. I only today decided to stop doing that because I didn't know if they dropped again. I had no idea. I didn't know that Lily would just sell them to me if I needed them, and so it kept giving me them, and they're massive, right? Some of the Val ones are like 20 lines of text, and you're like, that's where it gets a little intimidating if you don't know what you're looking for, because you want to drink it all in, but it's a lot. It is a hell of a lot.
That's kind of why
I'll go on the rest. Sorry.
It was just why I was asking, because there's so much information being thrown at you constantly that I feel like maybe the tooltip decision or not having mods available in an item being displayed is due to something like that. For instance, were you surprised when you got through the lab and suddenly you saw another 3 classes that you could choose from? Didn't see that coming, did you?
No, I didn't. I had no idea. I was like, ooh, I was so excited. Yeah, that was really cool. Is that an expansion thing, or was that in from the start?
It was something they added like 4 or 5 years ago or something. So
yeah, that was super cool. Yeah, that was awesome. That was really good. That's the mystery I love, not knowing that's coming. That's the stuff that I really enjoy. Speaking of the lab, like that was the best experience I had in the entire thing so far, which was the Merc Labs. That was incredible, and it was only purely down to my character being crap, and I'm aware of that. But that didn't matter. Like I found a challenge that was beatable, and for me, that's the best thing in any video game. Like a really hard challenge, but it's beatable, and I know it's beatable. That's me gonna smash my head into it, and that was easily the best experience I had. Which is why Katava, that's the right name, right?
Yeah.
Was so disappointing to me. One, I'd seen the boss before, and at that point, I smashed it to pieces, and it was like, oh. Yesterday we had this thing in the labs, which was awesome. It was super hard. I was getting crushed.
It was 17 tries, was it, to get it down, I think?
See, I think that's wrong, right? Because there was I mean, some of those don't count because I died straight away. Going inside the lab. That doesn't count. That doesn't qualify, right? So, I think it was about 14 boss tries or something like that. But
if I get hit by a car crossing the road, I think it still counts.
Well, if the car crashes into your house, so it happens immediately, it'd be technically you still got hit by a car.
Yeah, fair.
But it's not because you failed at crossing the street. No. That's the swift difference there. But that's the raider in me, and I know people hate that. 100%. I know people don't like dying. They don't like failing. I really don't care. if the challenge can be beaten, I'm there all day. Like I will do that all day. That's a personal thing, and I know a lot of people like just go and get. I figured it was probably either armor or health I was missing, one of the two. Just go and get more, lol, and then just come back in and just beat it. But like I'm a stubborn idiot that way. Like I was enjoying it.
No, because your approach is very interesting in the way that you were describing earlier, where you're just like, oh, I'm going to kill the thing before it kills me. Do you feel like that's been working out for you, or now you kind of needed to get a little bit more defenses at least? Do you feel bad about that? Do you think it should be in a way where you can just damage through the game and not worry?
Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
I'm not saying that. Not
No,
at
I
all.
am. I know I am. I have enough experience to know that I'm wrong on this, but I have a thing, and I've had it for a very long time when it comes to games. Is it avoidable? Then I don't really need defenses. So we can go ham more, right? So if I could dodge it, then we can dodge it, and we can just play better, right? That's where it comes from inside me, and I know that it's dumb.
Why do you think that that's wrong then for Path of Exile?
Here, I didn't
Because
know
the
I
game's
had
not
to
designed for
have
that.
links.
It's
I
not
was just
designed
trying
that
to
way.
match sockets and colors. No
it
shit.
seems to me it's just not designed that way. I mean,
I didn't
things
even know
can
you were
shoot you
still
off
there. I thought
screen
you left.
without you even know they're coming. You're supposed to be able to be somewhat resilient. You
Interesting.
can charge into packs and just instantaneously die, which I've done several times. It's obviously the game is trying to send you a message that you should be a bit more resilient by this point, because we've given you hundreds of damage talents, but there's also a lot of defensive talents as well. And the trick is to it's a puzzle, right? The puzzle can't just be one side, because otherwise, where's the challenge in the game? Like, where's the fun? And maybe that's where I disassociate from a lot of ARPG players. But if the game is me just charging through a map, endlessly slaughtering everything in one hit and taking no damage, that's not fun for me as a player. I don't find that particularly interesting. That's Super Mario 1-1. Like, I just do that all day, every day, and I'm not particularly interested. Well, I like a challenge. I like the fact that I can... But I like the medium line. When my health starts dropping really low and I'm having to leap around and avoid things and care, that's me enjoying my gameplay. Like, I'm having fun there. I can't just go in and go flicker through the whole map. Like, that's why I found flicker so fun, because it went and went and went, but at some point it was going to kill you. Like, but how many times are you going to... When are you going to stop pressing the button?
Well,
right?
but that's,
when are you going to do that?
That's the thing, though. Didn't it... Like, you're saying flicker felt good, really, like, blasting through felt great. Didn't it feel bad when the game essentially, you felt forced into picking up defenses and taking care of all these aspects that you wouldn't really want to care about?
No, because I was being super greedy, and I know I am.
Okay.
No, I know 100% I'm being extra greedy. If I'm clearing a whole map by just pressing right mouse button, which is what I had it on, and it's just spreading everything, it's really fun. But in the back of my mind, the extra fun is I should stop, but maybe I can go one more. But I should stop, because I'm going to hit something which is going to destroy me. It's going to be here somewhere that needs me to care about what I'm doing and move around a little bit. I can imagine doing like 2 or 3 maps, flickering through the whole place.
Jesus
and
Christ,
everything
got
dead,
7
like I told you.
points.
I'm probably having a laugh
Get
and
some
enjoying
damage.
myself. But it come back to when I played Cyclone. It's going to
Oh,
wear
wait.
thin real quick. It's going to really start to wear thin. That this is my entire gameplay now, and I'm improving my gear and my character to just do this faster. I'm going to drift away from the game really fast at that point, unless I've got something that's going to
How do I
at least give
refound
me
the
some
fucking
look
ro-
at the screen gameplay. Then I'm personally not going to be interested at that point for sure.
I will say you're making some people very happy with that answer. This isn't a spoiler, but basically, for the longest time in Path of Exile, there's been 2 very different camps of player, and we won't say which kind of we are, because it's interesting hearing your point of view, but you get the one camp which is all like, we just want to go fast, the game is too challenging, GGG is nerfing our fun, we just want to be like killing monsters and getting items. And then you get the
Flicker
other...
striking.
Yeah, just flicker strike 24/7. And then you get the other camp who are more kind of like, we want this sort of grindy, I have to build well-rounded characters. We don't mind either dying every now and again if it's softcore, or if they play hardcore, they play like uber tanky characters. And it's been interesting seeing your approach coming as a fresh player who hasn't had the baggage of how the game should be played, coming up with like your own thoughts on what you think is or isn't
well, I'm not an
fun, so-
ARPG player. I should again restate that.
Yeah.
My only experience was Diablo 3. But
Yeah.
any game that I find too easy is not going to hold my interest. And like I said, my audience knows it as well. And this is why I knew the story was dead for me in Path of Exile. The first couple of people I was talking to, I instantly started my brain was wandering. I was talking about random things, and I had no idea what the person was saying anymore. The story it was too slow and melodic. And even if the gameplay is fast, but it's too easy, I could just bind something to scroll wheel and just go through the map, pointing at things and just doing that. That's not going to last me. But I get some people love a massive power fantasy, but this is a never-ending game, right? It just keeps going higher and higher. I assume for the most part, it'll just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Where do you draw the line at that point? Like, does it just keep endlessly going with you just rolling the mouse wheel or whatever over and over again? And that's like almost like a cookie clicker to me. But I know not a lot of people agree with me on that. But that's how it feels to me. It's basically just become
Let's
cookie clicker where
see.
I'm not doing
Let's
much,
take
but I'm
life
winning.
here.
That's not going to keep me gripped.
That's fair. To counter that with something that you said earlier when I was watching your stream, I can't remember. I think it might have been when you were doing your first Uber Lab trial or something, but you were getting frustrated because you were kind of like, oh, this reminds me of Heroic Rag, where it's like, it's only challenging at the end, and if I die, I'm going to have to redo this whole boring aspect. So from that point of view, does that change anything you'd have to say on this topic?
No, not really, because
go
I was doing that in a way
We're kind of missing.
I was doing that in a non-sensible way.
Right.
By throwing my face into it. If I was more sensible about the way the way games should be played is a really stupid thing to say, because that's just everyone plays them differently. That's the whole point of games. I would have liked to have cleared the whole labs, done the silver keys, got the extra treasure keys for the end and done all that. But my entire focus, because of how I like to play games, was just on killing that boss. I didn't care about anything else. So I started to get frustrated with that lab because you had to get the golden key first. Like, it's such a minor thing. It takes like 40 seconds. But I don't want to do that. I want to go to the boss and, retry it and do all that again. That was where my fun lies. So it was more a case of, I think that was a combination of, one, being frustrated that I had to do so many steps to get to where I was trying to learn the fight. Because when it adds the traps in, it changes the fight dynamic quite a lot. I wanted to have more of that experience, but you have to fight it twice before you get to that. And that's several floors to get to that point. But also part of the frustration was, that's all the only bit I care about now. And I know I'm going to miss out on all this stuff. So it was double frustration, because I knew that while I was still learning it, I was likely to die. And plus I'm frustrated because I'm dying to it, and I know I can beat it. That's part of my personal frustration. I would like to have collected everything. I looked for the buffs, because the last time I did a lab, I got a huge buff. I got all sorts of cool stuff. I got extra loot. That was cool. But when it came to an actual wall, I just wanted to beat that wall and became very single focused on that. But those frustrations were born out of losing, I think, but knowing I could win. And they all went away. I didn't give a toss after I beat it about any of those frustrations. I didn't care at all. They were all instantly dissolved and forgotten. Once I beat it, that's all that mattered in the world. And the idea that I lost items or whatever, I didn't care. I didn't care one little bit.
So you didn't feel like coming back and trying again or anything like that?
Oh, hell no. There's one after that. I'm going for that one next.
So it was like but was it a matter of like you completing this thing and moving on to another one? Or was it more so like, this is done, I just don't care about it at all? Was it like the future that you were looking forward to?
No, I was completely single focused on killing that one thing and being able to beat it. I had messages coming in externally, because as you can imagine, I'm not reading Twitch chat, but that isn't the only way of communicating with me.
Yeah.
And so people were looking for very alternative ways. And I was seeing messages appearing like, just leave, you can't do this, and all that. And that's just it. I have a very stubborn streak when it comes to games, extremely stubborn. And I was like, I can beat this. I knew I could beat this. And so I'm going to beat it. And we go again. And I guess that's like the mythic raider in me who's done that for years in WoW, which is like, we wipe 500-600 times to some bosses. That's all right. Dust yourself off, get back in there, because it's beatable. And going back in. That was all I cared about. And that was, like I said, that was the best moment I had in PoE. Like, I expressed some frustration, but mainly it's because I should have dodged that. I did something wrong. And then immediately I analyze what I did wrong. I need to keep it on screen. I need to move this way. I could have done this. I could have done that. I'm going to implement that next time. That's the stuff that I love. I absolutely love. So those frustrations were just me. I've got to remember, I'm venting my entire stream of thoughts because I'm not talking to the chat in any way. So any idiot thought that pops in my head is just kind of flooding out into the open. So I wasn't actually frustrated, really. I was enjoying myself a lot. That's me having my best fun, to be honest with you.
It's very interesting that you mentioned lab as this like pinnacle of fun that you've had through the entire thing. I'm wondering, how did boss fights throughout the campaign feel in comparison? And were there some like distinctions in between like difficulty or the reset of the entire fight having to run through? Because there isn't the same kind of gauntlet with, say, the fight you can just put a portal outside, for instance. Like, how does that dynamic like change your experience?
I had a couple of good boss fights. I would never be able to tell you the name of them. The first time I fought Katava was really good because I didn't know how the fight works, right? So I had no idea what his mechanics were. As I was watching the arms sweeping across, can I leap over this? Then the heart coming out. Learning all that is my bread and butter. That's my absolute joy, is learning that boss encounter. There was another fight in, I think it was in the enemy butthole, is what I called it. It was the Black Core.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either way, it was a boss that then spawned these sort of pillars outside, and you had to kill them to get him to come back while dodging everything. That was a great fight. A lot of them I killed very easily. I also don't understand, and maybe you can. This is not a spoiler, so feel free to answer me. Why don't the fights reset when you die? That blew my mind, because that kind of spoiled a lot of the boss fights for me. Because as you probably now know, how I like to play is I want to beat the fight. But coming back in when it's on like 1%, because I wiped on 1% a few times on some bosses, and coming back in and it just like being dead. In fact, the Black Core was one of them. I killed it as it died and missed the entire animation and stuff like that. Like apparently it had some good death animation. I have no idea because I died as it died, and then came back in and it was dead. So I didn't understand why the boss fights don't reset. That felt very strange to me because you could just keep. Is there a limit? Or can you just keep face charging into it, hitting
You
it
can
once,
just face
die,
roll
come
it.
back?
You can just keep going.
Well, partially.
In the
I mean,
campaign.
in the campaign. You've experienced maps so far, so you probably realize that you have a limit of the amount of entries that you can get.
Mm-hmm. It just seems strange that a campaign boss is something you don't have to learn those fights at all, right? You could just go in, hit it a couple of times, and just keep going back in.
Yep. Do you feel like the
Why
fights
is that?
were...
I'm so confused. Why is that? Everyone seems like that's a normal thing. Is that a normal thing? I don't
In
know.
ARPGs, I would say that's a very typical thing.
Fair enough.
Is
Yeah,
it?
that's something I wasn't ready for.
Just quickly, Rise and Noogie, just say if it's. I can talk about the Chris thing yesterday, right? With the whole H mode. I feel like.
Talk about it.
Yeah. So basically, the thing which is really interesting about you saying that is, so there was another podcast yesterday with the lead developer, and there's this kind of, it started as a passion project, and it's called Hard Mode Path of Exile, and it's basically making the game much harder, and in Chris's mind, going back and changing a lot of the things they felt like they got wrong. And one of the things he touched on was how when you die to a boss in the campaign, you instantly just spawn at the door and you just go back in. And he said that he wanted to move like the checkpoints back. I can't remember if he said he wanted to reset health, but that seems like the kind of thing he would want to add to hard mode. And there have been quite a few small things like that. One thing you might have noticed, like when you die and you like restart, all your flasks refill. He said how originally he wanted an NPC in the town that you talk to, and he's like the refill your flask guy. But because they didn't bother to code that in once, so they just had it so it reset as normal, they then felt like they couldn't add in that utility because they'd be removing quality of life from players. So it's quite interesting you've mentioned some of the things that Chris has specifically mentioned he wants to bring back in this like alternate game mode.
I'd be fine with the flasks auto resetting if the boss health reset.
Yeah.
But from what I can understand, what my team has told me after the stream is a lot of people have died a hell of a lot to those fights. Like it's certainly in the campaign, a lot of people have, because apparently I was supposed to die a lot in Act 1. There's some guy on a beach that was supposed to eradicate me, and I one-shot him. I mean, I one-shot most of the bosses. There was a couple I died twice to, and then one or two I died a few times to because I probably my resistances were garbage. Like it was my fault. I could have played around it, right? Similar to the Shadow Labs. But I never felt like I beat some of those bosses. That's the feeling I missed because I loved that. That's what I got from the labs. I beat that boss. That's that feeling that I loved. A lot of the bosses in the campaign, I never felt that way because I either one-shot them, in which case it was whatever. Like I face tanked it and just blasted it and it just fell over. It might as well have just been a random mob out in the map. Alternatively, it just wasn't an epic encounter. Or it killed me a few times and I came back in when it had like 10% and I just finished it off. And it was like, that's also a disappointing experience, at least for me. But I don't know if those encounters are really, really, really hard for a lot of the player base, or if for other, other players who might not have the same gaming experience, and therefore that would just be like huge walls that they couldn't get past, potentially.
The general consensus was everyone expected you to do much worse. Everyone was like really impressed with how well you did. Like there was a lot of
but that's like 30 years of gaming, right? That's not an ego thing. It's just that I've been doing this every day, so I'm not a fair representation of a casual player. I wouldn't have thought. Like none of us probably are, right? You can't have like. I've met Noogie. I've met him, and I came over to talk to you, if you probably remember when we were together. Yeah, because I'd never heard of you before, so I came over. I was like, tell me a bit about yourself, because I'm going to be talking about you guys for like the next week. And you just said our advantage here, because it was the classic World of Warcraft event, is we never sleep. Like you and Ziz were sat next to each other, and it's like we don't know much about what we're going to be doing in World of Warcraft, but we're not going to sleep, and that's our advantage play.
Yep.
I was like, right, and you're like, yeah, we play Path of Exile, and that's what you said to me. Is like, yeah, of course we don't sleep. We play Path of Exile. Like it's not a fair representation of an average gamer, right? Like none of us are. So whether that's a thing, whether are those bosses going to? I guess I can ask this: do those bosses reappear in maps and things?
Yeah.
So this is really supposed to just be like, this is kind of what the boss is like. Later on, it's going to get much harder, because that's fair too. I think that's okay.
Yeah, there are some bosses which are map only, but you also get a lot of recycling of bosses. You might have actually noticed one of the maps you've already done had the ice guy from that first beach who was meant to beat you up.
I did not notice that. I probably did. I just kill him again?
You killed him quite quickly.
It was your first map, yeah.
But yeah, I did notice the maps. You can redo the same map over and over again, which is right now I'm exploring each of the different maps. I want to see what bosses and stuff lurk in those things, because that's what I love.
Do you ever feel like the bosses were unfair in any way? Any of the encounters you were like, yeah, this is just stupid and I'm gonna zerg it down?
No. What I died to a couple things because I didn't see the telegraph, but for the most part, everything I saw was pretty well telegraphed. It was pretty clear to see. I think that's why I one-shot most of them, is I could tell very quickly. If an animation of a boss is like bringing his arm back and he's leaning towards, he's going to do a frontal thing, right? So you can move around to the side. If he's leaning back with his shield up, he's going to charge you. Things like that. Most of what I saw was pretty well telegraphed. I died once, weirdly, in the labs, but apparently there's a thing in PoE which exists in most games, which is if you're leaping, if you don't land, then the game still considers you where you were. And so you can die to things like that. Which it felt unfair at the time, but I watched the VOD back. I was like, oh, I didn't quite land, so I was still technically back there. But I knew the ability was still telegraphed. I could have avoided it a different way. I never really felt hard done by. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not that I've seen so far. There were some things I didn't see how I could have avoided it, but when looking back, I spotted how I could have avoided it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of the questions that I'm asking you, I guess, are kind of leading in one direction or another. It's because of what Tarky has said, that there's multiple different groups of people playing Path of Exile. And it's just interesting to hear, because in reality, despite a lot of people making arguments for the development of the game around this idea of a new player, you rarely ever get to interact with somebody who's really a new player and who has this like fresh experience. And yeah, it's just very, very interesting, because many of the things that people judge PoE very critically by are things that you, in my opinion anyway, have been quite fair towards, like the telegraphs and whatnot, and you're able to see things anyway, because that's one of the big criticisms for PoE, that it's just way too much of a clusterfuck.
Well, that's what it looks like from an outsider. And this is what started this whole thing, right? Is I was watching we were talking about Path of Exile, and we brought up the Quinn dying montages. And I put it on, and I had no idea what I was looking at all. And so we do have players on the team, so I got one of them in, and I was like, explain to me what's happening. I was like, oh, and then he was saying things like, oh, well, you can see his flasks run out. I don't know what flasks are. I'm not sure where I look on the screen for that. And when you say flasks, they look like health potions. I would call them potions, right, from any other game. And oh, you can see he's doing X and Y, and then he got caught by, say, a blast. And I'm looking at a screen full of ridiculous graphics, loads of explosions going on, and I can't see anything. But when you play it, it's not like that at all, actually. You can recognize the more dangerous enemies pretty quickly, and you can also see that they're doing that. Even when there's 50 enemies on the screen, you can see what the dangerous one is doing. If you know once you get used to what you're looking for, but you do need to get used to it, because otherwise it's a cluster. But once you get used to it, I mean, I could see it eventually. Unless I got one banged, I just charged in and died instantly. I could start to see what was doing what, who's cast. Like, let's say there's a load of frost icicles coming out of the sky, and I can't even see it. I'll then spot a guy in the distance who's got his hands in the air. He's doing this, right? He's not actually attacking me. It's like, oh, that's the guy. That's the one that's doing it. And now I can make sense of that. So even though it is a cluster, you start to recognize where the danger's coming from, because they have a lot of mob variety. But
oh yeah,
you recognize quickly where, like porcupines. I'm sure we all know them, or at least I do, because as soon as I hit them and they started exploding, I was terrified and it killed me. Next time I knew what to do though, and I recognized them straight away.
Well, after like 4 or 5, let's be real here. It took you more than once to figure out what they do.
I did drop a totem on them at once, thinking I thought a big brain play of ranged killing them, and then they still killed me. So another lesson learned. And most things you can move out the way of. The mobs do most of the time set a position and then start firing. Like, I got afraid of, I don't know what the name of the mob is, but the booby ladies that kind of waft at you and then they shoot pincers out at you.
Yeah. Their official name is Titty Bitch.
There you go. But they was really scary at first until I realized, oh, they set a direction and you can leap over it or you can move to the side, and then they barely do anything at all. And they usually have relatively low health. So it's not a big deal. I didn't find anything I thought was really unfair. I did get charged off screen today in a map and instantly killed by something that wasn't even on the screen. It charged onto the screen and instantly killed me. That sucked, but I also recognized my defenses are absolutely toilet paper, and I should be able to counter that. That's the game telling me, like, this is where you're at now. You probably need to buff that up a little bit. That's how I interpret that, is the game's letting me know these mobs are around. They can literally charge you off screen and kill you because you're not
What are you sighing about?
your defenses well enough. And you need to think about that.
You did say that the game feels quite fair in that way, however. So do you think that it's is it a bad thing that most of the time you're not really taking damage and then suddenly there's this like large burst that just really annihilates you? I mean, you said you died instantly compared to usually probably not taking a whole lot of damage.
No, again, it was like with the lab. I walked up to that boss and it killed me in one hit. I'm taking that information not as this mob is really unfair compared to anything else. I'm taking that as everything else in that game is designed to be fodder, to fill the screen, to give you the power fantasy, right? It's there to be literally carved to pieces. That's the only reason it exists. It's not scary. It's there to fill the screen and give you more loot chance drops, right? That's how they do it. So it's more rolls of the coin. That's all that is. The real ones you care about are these big ones, which are usually golden or there's something like that that indicates to you this is different. And those are the ones that can do that to you, that I found anyway. And those are the ones that are really the actual difficulty meter of the game. That's how I'm interpreting it anyway, and I'm sure that's open to interpretation. But for me, it's... If I'm struggling with the trash mobs, it's kind of like... I almost feel like it's pretty fair. Like, if I'm starting to struggle with the early trash fodder, I'm really behind on where I should be. Which is why I then stopped, like I said earlier, and went to Rog and the other lady and started gambling and upgrading my gear, because it was very clear I was falling behind and I needed to do something. The golden mobs and stuff one-shotting me, that I take that as the information of either one of your resists is really bad, and I open my screen and realize I've got negative chaos resist for some fucking reason. I have this. Or my health and armor is too low, and then I realized I was being meleeed to death, so it's my health and armor that's too low. It's not lightning or anything like that. I would love a deathlog though. Like, God bless the deathlog in that game, because a lot of times I did not know what killed me, which was very frustrating. I don't know if when they hit me, are they doing cold damage, and that's what killed me? So the melee might have been 10, but the cold might have been 4,000 or something like that. I don't know what the breakdown is, because I assume the enemies can do multiples, you know, they could do elemental damage as well. So that was frustrating. Sometimes I had no idea. I could look at my resistances and be like, okay, I have full of everything. Why am I dying? So my only fallback then was health and armor. That's the only thing I could guess as to what the problem was. So that wasn't particularly clear at all. But most of the time I found it pretty fair.
Do you feel like armor's been doing a lot for you?
I don't know. I have no idea, dude. Like, I wish I could tell you, but I have no idea.
Well, it does say the percentage, right? Every time I've seen you look at your sheet and you go, "Oh, I had 20% physical mitigation. Now I have 25."
It's going up, right? It's going up, but I don't know the number that I'm being hit by. Right? I don't understand.
Right.
I don't know what that number is. Like, if I think of a death log of even the last 3 attacks that led to my death or something like that, and they've implemented that into World of Warcraft now, it's super helpful for people because you might get hit by 6 things within a second, but it'll be like you were hit with 10, 10, 10, 4,000, 10. That's what killed me. What was it? It was melee and lightning damage for X amount, right? And a very simple last 5 or 6 hits that happen to you, you can figure out very quickly what the issue is. I don't know how hard I'm being hit, like a number to apply that reduction to. So that's the thing. Am I reducing it by 3? I have no idea, Raze. Am I reducing it by 300 or am I reducing it by 2? Like, how hard is this thing hitting me? It was like that Fortify buff I got. It was like, you take less damage. I'm like, great.
Wait, but then how do you think that armor works? Is it just like a percentage reduction?
I would assume that if an enemy swings at me for 100, and I have 36% damage mitigation, it reduces 36 of that damage. That's how I would assume it.
Okay.
Okay, you say that like that doesn't make any logical sense. Like, am I crazy?
Makes logical sense.
It makes very logical sense.
Then there's PoE.
But it's also massively incorrect, I guess. Okay.
This is an instance of the game lying to you. So one thing is, looking at Fortify and your tooltip saying,
You always feel like an idiot for applying math to the game.
Yeah, but it's not only a matter of like there being not a lot of information or information that's kind of hidden or gated behind something. It's also the fact that sometimes the game's just not telling you the truth.
Well, I assume it's got diminishing returns then. That's all I can read into that. Because resistances must have somewhere, and I've yet to figure out where. Because you can't get 100%. You can get 100% resist, but that doesn't mean you're going to be immune to the damage. So there's some drop off somewhere, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Like, what? So you completely immune all the damage that fire and chaos mobs and lightning mobs do? That seems, and then all that's left is physical damage, and they barely do any. That makes no sense to me. But maybe it does work that way. But I've never heard of a game that allows you to 100% immune 4 different sources of damage. Pretty easily. I have over 100 in several stats, and it doesn't seem to prevent all the damage anyway.
Well, considering like the amount of, I guess, customization that you've seen from Path of Exile so far, do you think that it would be a system that would be unfair for PoE? With enough investment, you're able to fully mitigate the type of damage?
I don't think that makes for a good game, especially because you would need more types of damage to make that work. Like, it would be fine if you could eliminate in the game right now 4 out of 5 sources of damage, because I assume at some point you can get like 100% chaos, 100% lightning, 100% fire, and 100% cold, they call it, right? And then all you're left with is melee. Now that seems weird. So, but if you had many more sources, then you potentially could get away with that. It's just that I've seen that happen in some games, and they've even allowed negative resistances that you could apply to enemies, and it makes a lot of balance issues where things get really dumb. So I don't know if it does work that way.
I'm a big fan for you.
This is the most fun Rise has ever had on the 5 years of us doing this podcast.
It is so fucking difficult to contain myself. Oh my god.
I'm just going off what makes. I'm trying to apply logical sense to it, right?
Absolutely.
But it says
Oh,
damage
Breach,
reduction,
you have no
that's
idea.
what that should mean. And
Exactly what it is.
It seems odd to me that you would allow completely to nullify 4 out of 5 sources of damage. That seems strange to me. Although I don't know what bleeding damage. I don't like bleeding. I don't know what prevents that. Well, every time I get it, I die. I know I'm supposed to stand still now, but then I stand in the way of mobs applying more stacks of bleeding to me, and that really sucks. I think it's armor. It's got to be armor. It has to be. Although that makes no sense to me, because if you're bleeding, you've gone through the armor. That's what I'm thinking. That's my huge brain.
Build. You're playing a bleed build, right? So what kind of damages bleed?
I don't even want to play. You don't seem to understand, man. I don't like playing a bleed. I've ended up here. I don't know how I got here, but this is all I wanted to do was smash things. That's all I wanted in the world, was to smash things. But yeah, I mean, I know now it must be armor, but it doesn't make sense to me. I still die a lot to it.
So on a similar like train of thought, when you're being hit by enemies, do you feel like you can tell like what kind of damage you're taking?
No, unless it's very obvious. Like if someone's shooting water orbs at me, it's cold damage, right? If someone's shooting fireballs, whatever. Chaos is poison. I read in the glossary. Help menu for the win. But I don't know. I think chaos, from what I can tell, chaos is there's lightning, there's fire, there's cold, and then there's everything else that they can think of, and they just bundle that into chaos and just call it a GG. That's what I think. That besides bleeding, that's what it feels like to me anyway. But yeah, I don't know. Like poison's obvious, it's green, but I don't know what else. Purple and stuff may go into chaos. Sometimes it didn't make sense to me. Sometimes it did. They're shooting lightning balls at me. Fair enough. The floor's covered in lightning sparks. Yeah, I know what that is. Not every single time though, for sure.
So, have you noticed any enemies that feel like they're doing multiple different types of damage, or has it been fairly kind of like, oh, this is just the cold guy, this is just the lightning guy? Or...
I recognize them more by. I haven't recognized them based on damage types like that. I've recognized them more on the mob itself, like the actual animation and sprite. Yeah, that's the way I've recognized it. Like, so there's the titty ladies, they're going to shoot the barbs, the porcupines are going to explode.
Well, actually, that's a good question. What do you think the porcupines and the titty ladies do? What type of damage?
Oh, I would guess physical, because they shoot barbs out.
Right.
That's it. I guess physical. All I know is it really hurts, so I tend to hit them and run away, and use a healing potion. That's flask. Sorry, but yeah, that's how I've recognized it. Nothing more to it than that, unless it's
the
colored,
funny part
obviously.
is. The funny part is that even though I'm asking you, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the chat also doesn't know. So it's like,
yeah,
there's a joke
well,
in there.
How spoiling it? Is it not physical? Are those barbs not physical damage?
There's a lot of things in Path of Exile which are kind of like it's half physical and like half elemental.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why you want the deathlog, right? Because
Yeah.
it should say X amount physical and X amount chaos. And then you would go, oh, these do chaos damage, right? And then you could start thinking about a way to solve the puzzle. That's the only reason I would love the deathlog, is that breakdown of what hit you, what type of damage it was. Because then you can start working on solutions without having to have Ray's sit here all smugly because he knows the answer, right? And then hope and pray he gives it you. Then you can live the dream and you can figure it out yourself and say, oh, okay, then I need to work on this and that.
Just so we're clear, I'm not trying to be smug towards you. It's more so towards literally everybody else, because people have been discussing these issues for PoE for such a long time. And yeah, there are these, well, it's not really two groups. There's multiple different groups.
Yeah,
Even
that's
the
true.
issue that you were talking about when it comes to like re-entering the zone and instantly fighting the boss and there not being any sort of reset. It's especially interesting because Path of Exile used to be a almost strictly hardcore game. It was entirely built around your character dying once and you not being able to play it anymore. And now that's completely shifted. And we're still, even though it's been a while now, we're still in this kind of a transitional period where people are not entirely used to the concept of even like 6 portals or potentially losing something else while when their character dies. And there's just a lot of arguing about that.
Well, that's why you have the choice of different leagues, right? To cater to all those people.
In theory,
Hopefully.
Yeah. So this shouldn't affect you at all. So this league in particular is actually, you've chosen one of the most interesting times to start playing PoE. So a big part of this league were the devs nerfing a lot of player power and making the game harder. And in fact, Act 1 was rebalanced to be harder, and they've said that for every league going forward, they're going to make the next act more and more challenging. So there's been this big shift at the moment where you've had people who used to play back in like 2013 when it first came out who liked it when it was super hardcore, like, yes, we're finally going back to a hardcore mode. And then they're complaining the game isn't hard enough yet. And then other people going, oh, you've made it too hard. There's been loads and loads of discussion. For context, in the last month, there have been 3 community podcasts because everything's been on fire. Like, they've lost 30% of their player base. And there's this huge thing of like, oh my God, is GGG out of touch with the players? So it's been very...
something similar recently.
Yeah. I thought you would find that quite interesting. So it's been very interesting for us because, we do a lot for the podcast. We get lucky enough to interview devs. That we now have someone... Yeah, that's the question I want to ask you later. But See, because this is the thing, I'm sure you can probably relate to this, because you've done things where you try and go in blind with WoW, with like having alt accounts and whatever, and people always say like, the thing is Taki, or the thing is Rise, or the thing is Noogie, is like you're so out of touch because you never bring on a completely new player to the podcast, and it's like, well, it's quite difficult for us to find someone who's completely new, who is aware of us, to contact us, to come on the podcast, so we can bring them onto the podcast. So when we have the opportunity to have someone who's articulate with games, who is fresh, yes, you do have a lot of baggage because you've played basically professionally for the last however many years. It's been very refreshing having this opportunity. So again, massive thanks for coming on.
Oh, well, ask anything you want, because obviously I'm going to learn more and more, and that's going to drift away as time goes on. But at this point, I am completely blind to so many things, which I think I've probably proven in this conversation. But I'm interested in the Exodus. Is that Exodus because is it both it's too hard and too easy, or is it heavily leaning towards one or the other?
So of the players, right?
Yes.
I think
See
it's
how out
more
of touch-
complicated than that, and it's just too hard and too easy. It's more about player expectation and progression barriers and where people think that they should lie. I think that's like the crux of the issue. You know, where when you talk about things going full cookie clicker and just wanting to plow through things, and some people having that power fantasy, you know, there's a large segment of players who really enjoy that and who just wants to stack power on power. Whereas GDD has then shown, well, they're not really happy with that because they don't feel like they have an interesting game to design around just stacking power and power, because then, well, how can we make interesting mechanics when people just blow them away? So there's this like whole tug of war going on right now, and it's very contentious. Like, how
Is
do
it
we
a
solve this
case?
problem?
I've got a few questions about this. This is my nerd brain kicking in. Is it a case of people want to be able to endlessly go forward with maps and things like that, while still maintaining that power fantasy, rather than do? I know that if I do, say, even now, I'm only doing tier 3 maps, right? That's what I started today. But if I go to a tier 1, it feels like butter, and I feel like a knife going through it. I do get that power fantasy in there where I really don't have to care and I can smash through things. But is it a case of we want both? I want to be able to do the highest maps, and I want to be able to smash them to pieces as well.
Well, I think that the game has taught them that that is what we've like, where we're at, right? So the game has kind of turned into that over quite a long time, and a lot of the rewards have also been layered at the end of the journey. So a lot of players feel if they do not reach the end of the journey, they don't get to get their cake.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense to me.
So to give you a pretty concrete example, the harvest thing that you did earlier today, and you went in and you saw the crafting options, that was introduced, I think it was about a year, maybe slightly less ago now, and it came in a much more powerful state. And Chris even said when he introduced it, this is going to break the game, and it was a test of super accessible, super deterministic crafting. If you had the experience and the time, you could basically make perfect items quite easily. It took a long time, and it took a commitment. You know, you couldn't click your fingers, but you could do it. And there were a lot of people who said you should never be able to do that. And that was even a big disagreement we used to have on the podcast, because I was very anti the system completely, whereas other people on the podcast were quite pro it. So even just with us, we were disagreeing on this point. And then it was removed from the game. It then came back slightly weaker, but people were kind of like, okay, we're kind of happy with it. And then GG said, no, it's still too strong, and then they nerfed it again. And there's been a few similar systems of that where they've like brought back deterministic crafting to the point to which it's kind of like a complete...
Imagine they basically turned ROG into Gwenin.
Yeah.
That's basically what they did.
So you've got a few issues there, right? You can see why the divide's happening. On the one hand, I mean, again, I'm an outsider to ARPG, so forgive me my ignorance a bit. I would say it feels strange to be able to do a crafting system that gives you deterministic best in slot items, because that feels like a natural endpoint almost for the game without having to just change the build completely. Because you're now there's no getting better. There's nothing else to almost play for in the game. You're kind of done, and it's done in a sort of deterministic way, where you walk this one path. Because one of the most exciting things, to give some context to what I'm saying, that I'm doing in the next couple of days is I don't know what the temple stuff is. I don't know much more about the heists. I don't know about the maps much. I've done like 4 or 5 of them today. And I want to explore all these things. Now, I do know that eventually I'm going to be like, this is inefficient, this is more efficient, and I'm going to start zeroing in on probably the most efficient path because we all do as gamers. But right now, I want to explore them all. It feels like that system is like, oh yeah, there's all this, but if you're not doing this, you're a moron. Because this gets you the absolute best thing. And that's it. That's your game going forward, is just to do this because that's definitely the best. And it also very quickly concludes the game for you, right? That feels like something I imagine the developers of this game do not want to have happen at all. But there's also a huge satisfaction for a lot of players of being best in slot. I've done it, right? Thumbs up. I've made
Absolute
it. I'll make another character and I'll keep going. And they will still have their endless gaming loop because they'll just do it on another character and another character and another character, and they'll just have a whole array of best in slot characters. And that'll be their game. But if you want to keep pushing your own character, that really kills the game for you, right? In a very big way. Like the game's almost dead from your perspective if you look at it that way, which I could totally see why they don't want that to have happen.
That's a big part of the argument as well, because it's a matter of like who the game is really designed for. Because for you or for us, and I'm trying to not show my bias here, we're allowed to kind of we'll play for a living essentially. So us spending 10 hours, getting to maps or whatever, or 20, 30 hours, it's not that big of a deal. But for the average player, or for somebody who's a lot more casual, could maybe only put in even 10 hours a week would be a lot for them. These are 3-month cycles that these leagues go on, and many people find that they just don't have the time to really do all the things that they want to do. So then they have to skip a lot of the content, the stuff that you're kind of building up. You're kind of building up like a base of knowledge. They're having to like jump past that as much as possible to even get to the state of the game where they can interact with the end game systems. And that's like big part of that.
So when you're saying that, then I'm sorry, I'm asking you guys now.
No, it's great. Go for
it. What is introduced in a 3-month cycle? That's that leap. Are we talking? Because I don't know when that temple came in. I don't know when that mine came in. I don't know when any of those came in. Is it a case that on a cyclical, quarterly process through the year, you get like 4 new systems like that?
Pretty much, yeah. So those were all once leagues. So Expedition is the current league. So all that thing you were doing with the Dynamite and Rogue, that was all this one. And then in 3 months' time, we'll get a whole new thing. And most of the time, when a league comes out, it'll then get rolled straight into the core game. Sometimes they have a little break from it. So, for example, last league, they took a break, but they said it's coming back soon. And then the final league of every one is like a super expansion where they do a big endgame rework. And that's the cycle. And it does lead to a lot of problems, because going back to the time thing, and I think you can sort of equate this to LFR a little bit with WoW, but the thing which makes WoW different is you have your raids, but you've only got your weekly lockout. Whereas imagine if you could do LFR every single day with all the loot in the world, right? You can see how, and then if GGG took that away, sorry, if Blizzard then took that, how that could cause issues. So one of the problems that you have is not only are the people who want it super hard or super fast, some people are quite happy playing the league for a week, and they're like, I've played for a week, I've got my goals, and other people want a 3-month experience. And when suddenly you make the item chase a lot harder, you get players who feel like they've been pushed out of the league completely, either because it will take too long, or they don't have enough hours in the week. And the more and more systems that get added, depending on your mindset, it's either more exciting or more bloated, and it's a lot more complex than just people like it hard or people like it easy. But yeah, it's a messy thing.
So again, more questions. This indicates to me that I haven't realized yet as a new player to the game, that there is some sort of goal each league people are trying to reach. Now, is that a gear level or something like that, or is this are we talking here more about self-imposed goals?
Yes.
Yeah.
That people are then upset they can't reach their self-imposed goals.
I would say that there's a lot of community, or there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. It's different communities have different goals that there becomes an expectation that you reach. I think a lot of players feel that they're expected to reach a certain thing to feel like they've accomplished something.
But that can be anything from a tier 10 map to killing, what is it, 164 or something like that.
I mean,
That could be
there
anything
are
they decide it's going to be, right? They're creating their own finishing line.
So
yes,
in the Atlas system, there's also a whole bunch of bosses, which you probably expect that come in. There's a whole like big end game bossing system. Another thing,
Is
which
there?
yeah, there's
Yes.
yeah, if
I-
you there's some really cool boss stuff that I think you'd have a lot of fun if you got into it, and that complicates some things as well because, as you're aware, there are so many different skills in Path of Exile. For some people, they like it when the game's a bit easier because then they can make the wackiest skill combinations work, so they can brute force it with gear. But when the game's harder, you can get people who feel like, oh, they can't play the super wacky skill stuff. They have to use the more powerful, like the meta builds. And some people are motivated by loot and other people aren't. So, for example, I was in the crowd that didn't like the super strong crafting system, but I've never been a loot-based character. If I can kill the boss, I'm happy. So I'm like, oh, I'll kill the boss, I'll quit. Not like, oh, now let's go get the perfect 6-tier white every item, you know. So.
Okay, so that's an unwinnable battle, right? Straight off the bat.
Yeah.
From all I can hear, and I'm basing it entirely off this conversation, is the only way you even remotely win that battle is by having individual leagues that cater to those different personality traits, right? So the league extends even further. But that's an unwinnable battle. You can't possibly design a game around how many people play it, determining their own finishing line and then saying, make me happy, right? That's the World of Warcraft problem that we ran into for the last 5 years. It's why I no longer play it, because eventually all you do is you drive away parts of the community. If you try and build it for one, you just end up pissing everybody else off, and eventually those layers of the fucking cake just disappear. This game has the option of so many different leagues and stuff that it feels like it shouldn't be that big of an issue to let people extend. But you're always going to have people who want everything, right? That's always going to happen.
Even the goal stuff. So there are like kind of ultimate goals that every player would consider the finish line in the game. And a lot of that revolves around a certain boss or maybe multiple different bosses just to
He's smugging again. Look at him. He's doing it again.
I'm trying so hard. You have no idea.
So, you said bosses. I'm good. I'm fine there.
No, because like what you explained about the lab, right? Where you really enjoyed the boss fight, but you had a big problem with getting the fucking gold key. And the way the game is designed right now is that many players feel like, you got to get 17 attempts at the boss that you enjoyed. Many people, after failing the boss, will then need to take 10, 15, 16 hours to even get another try at it. And for many people, that takes a very long time to even eventually get enough tries. And that people get really frustrated about that because they don't really get to attempt it like
That's
properly in their eyes.
Yeah, that's out of the reach of most gamers working a 9 to 5. That's not doable, right?
Yeah.
If a boss requires that amount of investment, so you're talking nearly 20, let's round it up to 20, 17, you're talking like 400 hours to kill our boss. And then the 9 to 5 working day, I can see how a lot of people have a problem with that. Never going to relate to people who can play 10 hours a day because they're going to be like, yeah, no problem, we'll just go again.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, that's going to be an issue. Do you design around those guys, though? Is the game designed that way? I don't know. I don't know about ARPGs to allow that kind of thought process, really, to comment on it. I don't know enough about the community to make sense. But I could already see how people would be frustrated. Like, I love the game, I just can't play. I want to kill the boss, but I can't do that.
The issue partially with that is also that GGG has kind of taught their player to have these sort of expectations where previously they would take, I don't know, 5 hours to do something. Now they take 10 or 15 or 20. And with so much new content coming out, it's almost as if they can't keep up with whatever's happening right now, that then when more comes out, they're just like, dude, I already am incapable of managing it. And so they've been taught that the game is a certain way, and now with this recent league, things have slowed down even more, and many feel that like the game is basically no longer for them because they can't justify the time spent on something like that. And it's been really tricky.
That makes sense to me, though. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
That's not an unusual thought. I think that's a very common sense approach, to be honest, is to feel that way. It's like you're just asking too much of me to enjoy myself. Right. Again, not to harp on about WoW. It's one of the reasons I definitely left is they gated everything off. Because they really wanted to control. There's a definite thing with the devs trying to control how players play their game.
Yeah.
Far too much. Far too much. You created a playground but now you're saying, well, the swings are only open at this time, and now you have to go on the slide, and you're not allowed to go on that until you do 20 minutes in the sandpit. You know, I don't like the sandpit, and I don't like the fucking slide. I just want to go on the swings, right? I'm paying to play the fucking game. Let me go on it. And it's the same reason we saw like apparently WoW lost half its player base in the last few months. That's not a small number by any means. It's certainly not a small number of revenue, but a big part of that was them saying, well, we don't want you to do this. We don't want you to do that. You have to do this and this. And it's a very dangerous, especially this game. Path of Exile is a theme park, right? That's what it is. You can't have abilities like Flicker and Cyclone, and these are the few I've played, and they say it's something you should be super serious and overly vested in from every player, because the game's a theme park, a fun theme park with challenge, but it is a theme park where you should be able to do ridiculous things. I have no issue at all though with the meta shifting towards the top end. That's totally normal. In any game with this much variety, there's going to be a more powerful meta that shines in the higher levels of difficulty. But I can say from my point of view, I chose whatever the hell I liked, and I did fine up until where I am. I have no doubt that's going to fall away at some point. I'm going to be like, this just doesn't work anymore. And that's okay, because I'm now reaching the higher echelons of the game. That's fine. Things are going to work that way. That's okay. I'm totally fine with that.
I'm trying so hard not to be smug about you saying that you're reaching the highest echelons, you know?
I'm not saying now, but I'm going to, if I keep climbing this ladder, the air's going to get thinner. There's going to be less and less viability with being silly and ridiculous, right? Yeah. You're going to have to start being a bit more serious. Otherwise, we end up with the power fantasy situation you talked about earlier, where is the game fun if I pick literally anything and I go all the way to the end game and just climb and climb and climb and I just crush everything over and over again?
Okay, but then
some people yes, for me no.
That is the exodus that you're talking about, because that is what they kind of shifted away from, like the highest end being a theme park. In essence, that's what they combated in this league, which has been one of the bigger parts. I will say that, and probably not introducing some new systems in the best way, because they had some.
There's been some major communication problems as well.
Yeah. 2 words on for sure.
What do you think if you really liked Flicker and you were like, yo, Flicker's the best, and GGG stepped in and they were like, nah, you don't get to play Flicker anymore. Now it's useless, terrible. Like, it's not just nerf, it's like practically.
I'm a WoW player, dude. My entire class has been destroyed patch after patch, and had to reroll that character.
I know you're used to it, but
I am
what do you
used
think
to
about
it,
it?
sadly. What do I think about it? I think it fucking sucks. I think it absolutely fucking sucks. There is no justification, and it's, again, you're getting me into ranty mode here, but decisions made by the devs that destroy what I'm doing is not fun, ever. I'm waking up one day and it's like, oh, that thing you were doing last night where you're having a blast, yeah, that doesn't work anymore. And you're like, oh, okay. And it wasn't cheating, right? There's a line between you, like, you found some exploitative build that was just dumb, right? You found out some lacerate spell that could go the entire length of the map and just eradicate everything when you went in there. Fair enough. But if your spec is like decent to high-end good, and then suddenly it's dropped to being like bottom 1%, because you didn't do anything, it just happened overnight, it always sucks. And yeah, I've experienced it more times than I care to remember. Where, I mean, imagine from a WoW perspective where it's multiplayer, telling your best friend that he can't play anymore because of the class he plays, and he's done nothing to bring that on. Those are the kind of things that we deal with a lot in that game, and it's not fun. It's never fun.
To be fair, because this happens in PoE constantly, but to be fair to GGG, the game is designed around this idea of like a fresh start, a fresh reset, of them essentially not necessarily like removing something that you would enjoy, but instead kind of putting that on the backside and then presenting you with this new beautiful thing that you can then mess around with.
Talking about trying to push variety.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So how well is that communicated? That's the question. I'm talking about my perspective on that, although it was very negative, is that you wake up one day and it's happening tomorrow.
Right, but that's the thing. That doesn't, like, you don't have, because in WoW you would have an investment into your character. So for instance, I don't know, you would be like specialized into that thing that then gets changed. In Path of Exile, that's very well communicated, where the thing that worked in one league,
buddy, you're almost done.
Will be well communicated then.
We're almost out of there.
In this next league.
What do you mean by it doesn't work? I think that's where the...
So to give you an example...
completely dead, or like it's 10% work?
To give you an example, you'll often have a situation where like the top build might get like a 20% damage nerf, but it's still the top build. And then GGG will be like, okay, so what if we hit it by 20% from like 8 different angles, and a lot of the core functionality doesn't really work, and
That sounds more
technically
familiar.
with enough gear you can maybe make it work, but if you played it before, it's not the same at all. That's kind of what happens sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, we've all experienced it. I honestly, I don't know. I can only talk from a player, right? A player experience that it's terrible and it sucks, especially if that's the only build you enjoy and you like playing the game, right? And there's a lot of players like that who are one build guys. They love it. They absolutely love it. That's their most fun. So it could be Flicker, it could be Cyclone. They love just holding down that button and just spinning in circles all day. Like, it's the best thing in the fucking world. And then it gets taken away. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what I was supposed to say. Yeah, it sucks, but does the game keep just with one build for the next few years?
Noogie, sorry, I spoke over you earlier. Is there something you want to add on that?
Wait, what?
I was apologizing for speaking over you earlier. Did you have a point that you wanted to make?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's cool.
Is there a better way of introducing that variety, I would say? I mean, even cosmetically or rewarding points, like to try out different specs or like, you know, something along those lines that kind of gives you a more, it's your choice to try something else.
It's your
that's the better approach, right? Is not just to crush it and say, well, we're making it so you can't really play that anymore. Because that just feels like you're sticking your hand in my pants. Get away from me.
Yeah.
What about some encouragement to try something else?
Yeah, there's that problem, right, where people would like to do that, I think, and even from a player perspective, that makes sense. But then because of the fact that they don't have enough time to play the game, they essentially feel not allowed to do so because any form of like experimentation, it's met with, you know, you just don't get to do what you want at the very end of the league.
Why can't you respec in this game?
You technically can.
You can.
So I'll answer that and I'll circle back to one of your previous questions about has there been a top skill. So there are the regret orbs that you've seen. When you play, so for example, I play in a mode called solo self mode. I can't do any trading. If I play the same build for a week, it'll be very common at the end of it. I've got a couple of hundred of these orbs saved up. So if I wanted to, I could do a complete reset of my character. What you can't do though, for example, is like what you experience with your Marauder and you end up specking into a Berserker, is if you then saw a random guide like, oh, there's this really cool Flicker build that's on a Ranger, well, you'd have to level a Ranger for that. You can't make that swap over.
I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. I was surprised though the Orb of Regrets. I thought they respect your whole character. Like I even screenshotted my build before, so I had to change 3 points. So I took a screenshot to make sure I wasn't like going too far because God, I don't not have the knowledge yet to go like, oh, I go this way, right? I just wanted to redo it. I made those choices step by step. But I thought there'd be another item that was like refunds at everything. Because it's similar to what you just said, but also within, I'm like this heavy bleed build now, right? So I've got points all over the place to help this. And I went into some other paths to get dual clusters and things like that. So I was thinking like, well, what if I just found, as a new player, what if I found this gem? I was like, oh, sounds really cool. But most of my talents don't actually support it. So can I go back and just respec it rather quickly to try it out and have it buffed? Because you don't get a good feel, from what I could tell already, you don't get a good feel for a spell without having the talents to support it and the gems to support it. You don't know if it's really any good. Whereas there's so much variety in the game, I would love to be like, oh, I got a new skill. All right, let's go and try that out a little bit. Maybe, I guess, I'm not going to lie, as much as I've memed on defenses, partially ironically, I would like to try the shield stuff out because there was like shield charge and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. But I'm in none of those talents, like at all, right? That's a full respec for me. Now, if later on, and it's certainly later on, if you could do that a lot, that's great. But during the leveling mode, when I'm still feeling it out. Maybe I want to go G-Wield. Maybe I want to go Sword and Board. Maybe I want to go Two-Hander. That feels like a time where, you know, having a respec option would have been nice.
So
not saying it's the end of the world or anything, but it would have been nice to be able to have that option to try things out.
That's a big like ideological thing because I generally agree. I lean in that way and I get frustrated when I try out new games and I spec in something and it's like a permanent choice. This is very much the spiritual successor to Diablo 2. If you speak to the devs, like what's the best game, they'll say Diablo 2. And it's a lot of that very old school approach of every choice you make should have weight. And they would much rather that if you decided you want to make a shield character, you would make a new build and like you make a whole new character and you do that. There are a lot of... Oh, go on, sorry.
That being said, there is a version of the game where you can, especially, you can respec infinitely until level 70.
Oh, cool.
There is a version of the game like that. You won't ever play it because
I mean, maybe if you move to China, you'll get to play it. But and
Yeah, brothers, let's get it done.
Also, there's a lot of third-party tools that people use to plan their characters, and you get a lot of people who they spend more time planning their characters and third-party tools than actually playing the game itself, and that is its own kind of fun.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
That's me.
Yeah,
I want to get the talent tree and mess around with it.
I think you'd have a lot of fun with that stuff. To circle back to some previous points and just to clarify a few things. So when these like big buffs and these big nerfs happen, there's been a few exceptions, but generally they only ever happen on a new league. So it's on this set 3-month cycle. So it's very rare. It can sometimes happen, but it's very rare in Path of Exile that you'll wake up one day in the middle of the league and your build doesn't function. It will. So you don't have that WoW problem. And then to go back to something you said of like, do you ever have a skill which has been like the top skill forever? Yeah, there have been quite a few skills which will be the top skill, like the best skill for like a year, and then you'll get a lot of skills who'll be like in the top 10 for like 4 years, just because of mechanically how they sort of function.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and it's something they try and like battle with. So that was actually one thing that I kind of wanted to ask you about, because you said on your stream that you felt like, ugh. Did you feel like your decisions mattered, or did it just feel like a frustration point?
Which decisions?
Like how you spec your character, which ascendancy you take, what skills you use, how you color your gear.
I enjoyed the hell out of it because it's how I wanted to play the game.
Right.
I really went into it thinking I could probably carry myself through this, no problem. I had that sort of confidence about it because we've done many, like I said, we've done many of these challenges in the past. Not all of them were broadcast on YouTube, but on Twitch for sure. We've done many challenges where I've put myself in an unreasonably bad position to see if it can be done. Usually I did it in response to the community saying it can't be done, and I disagreed. So we've done this a few times. So I came in thinking, this isn't a small game, and the likelihood is the campaign can allow you to to wear a pair of clown shoes and a rubber mallet, and you probably can get through it if you can play well enough. So that's how I went in with it, and I leaned on the talents just purely for damage because I assumed 100% I would wear terrible gear because the gear had so many fucking lines of text and so much stuff that I have no experience with, that I would probably make a ton of mistakes and my damage would be awful from gear. That's generally what happened to Diablo. So I leaned heavily on DPS talents, and I kind of figured if I needed health, I could probably get it from gear. If I needed resistances, and get it from gear. But for the most part, I'm going to rely on my talents. So for me, the discovery of a new circle or pathway that led to something awesome, that just said two-handed axes do more damage lols, was the best. And finding that little pathway and going down to it and then having a plan. So I took the talent tree because the talent tree is so intimidating that I took it in chunks. I planned out, say, the next 6 talents, but I didn't go past that, right? So I didn't know if I was going to make a good pathway. I just knew that if I do the next 6 and I go that way, that's good. And then from there, we can choose the next 6 and choose the next 6. And eventually it kind of worked out. And it hasn't been a problem for me at all, which I think a lot of people suspected it would be, because I didn't tell people this, but when I said I was going to do this, I think it was on the Tuesday, that night I received a ton of messages saying, do it, but you should do X, Y, and Z before you start. And I just deleted those messages. These were from trusted close friends. They were like, you really need to do X, Y, and Z before you start. You should read this. You need to check this first. I mean, these are, we're not spoiling anything, but you should really do X, Y, and Z before you start doing this, because the game is really unfriendly. Act 1 is hard. Like you said, they buffed it. So like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably going to have a bad time and get frustrated and not play. And I refused to read that stuff. I just deleted them. I was like, no, I'll find out for myself. And as it turned out, it was totally fine. It was actually relatively friendly if you do need a basic gaming knowledge, I think. Like, if you've got a relatively basic RPG knowledge, you're probably okay. But you also need to be able to track boss telegraphs, which not a lot of people are particularly good at. If you can't do that, you're probably going to end up in a mess. But other than that, I found it fine. I didn't really hit a wall at all. I don't think. Like, I struggled on that labs boss, but that was the only one. That's like an anomaly in the entire playthrough. I felt weak at points, but that's when I just was like, okay, well, we need to work on gear a little bit. And I went and did that, and it was really fun. And then I got over the wall. So I'm basically saying to the people who said it was impossible, and a lot of people who told me over the years, yeah, you can't really play PoE anymore. You need to go and watch University of Ziz. You need to go and read this. You need to do X, Y, and Z before you even start the game. And I don't think that's true. Well, I know it's not true. I did it without that, and it was totally fine. My build is probably, I know it's terrible, but now I can work on those things, right? Now I can start looking at that because I'm bored of Lacerate. I want to try something else. I want to go. That's why the respec issue came up for me because it's like I want to go and do something else. I want to try out some of these other spells that I've got and see what they do, and just mess around. That's my goal right now for probably the next week or so is just to piss about and see what I like. I discovered Flicker by accident and fell in love, right? But there've been other spells I found that were terrible, and I don't want to touch them ever again.
Did you know how many passive points you're going to be getting?
No, I don't even know the level cap. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. So you still don't know?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, interesting.
I keep planning my next 6 points. That's all I'm doing when I'm leveling is just planning the next 6 points.
Why 6? Why, because a lot of people
6 generally gets you a circle. Right? It's like 6
Come on,
generally gets me
Rise,
from where I am
think,
to a
dude.
circle.
6 points. It makes sense.
No, it's just interesting because, for instance, when I first started playing Path of Exile, I didn't even play. I just looked at the skill tree. Back then, it was a lot simpler, way simpler, 1/3 of the passive points. And I just sat there and looked at shit, and I didn't even get to play the game. So it was very, I guess, refreshing to see you just kind of click stuff around for the most part. I know that you
were
weren't.
excited for the game coming out, right?
I mean, not really, no. Because
So you started a talent tree for a game you weren't excited about? That's some crazy stuff I'm hearing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was excited about playing the game, but it was more so pretty much the same thing as you're saying, where people told me already back then, and this was 8 years ago now, where people were like, yeah, listen, this is way too complicated for your small brain, homie. You're not gonna get any of this stuff. So I thought that the right idea would be to look over through everything and just figure it out. And yeah, it
Do you
didn't
regret
really
that?
take me that far.
Like you say, it's refreshing, but I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. I don't.
Oh no, absolutely. But you do in PoE run into that issue of not being able to kind of respec in the way that you want. And many of the choices that you've committed to, you're basically going to have to stick with for the length of this character. I'm a player who's notorious for playing different characters to the point where I many times don't even engage with maps because I just try a build. I see the main idea of it, I look at the numbers, look at the mechanics, and I go for another one.
Yep.
And especially in a league like this where
Me and Rise are all the same.
there's just a million different builds because the meta isn't really figured out, right? So I'm somebody who really enjoys that. And in that way, PoE skill tree kind of stun locked me. And as much as the skill tree did, and you definitely put thought into your passives, you didn't look that much forward. But then especially what was shocking to me is when you saw your ascendancy and you were like, oh shit, Berserker, that's cool. I like that. And then you just clicked shit around and you were like, yeah, this is good. Or even the Izara, you fought that boss 17 times. You tried to get through it. You finally did it. You pinpoint that it's the only point where you felt truly challenged. And you just whatever, these rewards are shitty. It wasn't even worth it. You just clicked something. It's I don't know.
It's okay. That comes across not in the way my brain is processing that. I have agonized over a single gem choice on my character in World of Warcraft for 7 or 8 hours, right? And that's basically experience of knowing that if I overthink this, I'm here all day.
Yeah.
Right? That's what's coming through there. Not so much being just click the button.
No, of course.
Yeah, yes. I do the extreme versions of it. It's not like I'm not really thinking about it. It's more a case of, that's exactly what I said to you about the ward thing, right? I didn't know what it did. I'm either going to spend so much brain power agonizing over what this is while resisting the urge to Google the answer, or I could just sell it and move on with my day. And I felt that about the talents. Like I said, I was just leaning on those for damage. So it's okay, this does great damage. Fine, that'll do. Let's move on. Because what my real interest was what's next? What is the next thing? What's the next map? What's the next boss? We overcome that boss. That was awesome. I want to go that way. So I didn't. The only reason I clicked a lot of my talents very quickly and just kind of glossed over them and saw, oh, axe damage 25%.
Crazy how good the controller
works.
is with
I understand it. It's fine. I'm clicking it and I'm going to move on. Otherwise, I'm here staring at this entire tree for a week.
And
right.
just for context, are you the type of player in other games where you lean towards DPSers, or do you maybe also build tanks? Like, what was the reason that you went for damage and not like? Because in Marauder's case, you get life or you get damage. I mean, that's a pretty, you know.
Yeah, simplicity is the way to
Big-
go. Because I was going in blind, it was an educated choice that go for a simple approach, two-handed. I would assume in most, making some assumptions that two-handed berserkers, marauders, warriors are usually reasonably well represented in those games. They're probably they're usually relatively simplistic. Big axe, go smash, bleed, cranium, dead. Right. So it was a case of I know I can muddle my way through a two-handed warrior orc smash build. I could do that. I'm going in blind. I could do that. That will give me the experience, and I now have the experience which you get through that first campaign to go. All right, I might try a summoner now, right? Because now I am understanding how a bit more about how the game works and things like that. And I'm kind of curious about. I picked up something that was like fire golems and stuff. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's good. Sounds like it might be fun though, and that's something I could then play around with. Like, you guys are talking about endgame stuff like I would in WoW, like serious endgame stuff. For me, I've probably got like 200 or 300 hours just testing out the different characters. Right, that's what I've got in front of me. I'm assuming there's no campaign skip for other characters in this game.
Very controversially, there isn't. People want there to be.
Yeah, that puts me off completely. That's one of the things. I do not want to run that campaign over and over again. Like, that sucks. I do not want to do that. So that's again why you lean towards respecking, right? I want to try the shield build. I kind of want to try dual wield. I mess around with that, but I'm gonna have to end up farming respec little thingies, which you said you drop in abundance later on, so probably not a big deal. But it's the kind of stuff. What I want to do right now is explore my Marauder in about 5 or 6 different ways. Right, that's what I want to do. I've ended up in this bleed lacerate build. I certainly didn't plan on that when I started, and I don't want to continue that particularly. It's working, but it's not fun. So I want to go in a different direction and see what I could do. But right now I can't. I think I have 7 respec points. Right, that's it. So I can't right now. I'm kind of stuck without just playing that, which I'll probably end up doing tomorrow and hoping we can get further.
So a couple of questions that spin off the like, oh, that would suck thing. So as I said, Expedition was this league's new content. Assuming that, you know, you're free work-wise or whatever, and the next league comes out and it sounds exciting, you know, okay, it's going to be the same 10 acts, but there's going to be new league content for me to engage with. Would that be enough of a draw for you to be like, okay, maybe I would do this again? Or would you still be like, I don't want to do the 10 acts?
I'm only saying it out of laziness. I would just zerg through the campaign, right? It's one of those turn your brains off. I've done it a million times in other games. You just turn your brain off, you get it done for the sake of it. Well, I'm just basically saying I would like, if I got one of each character to the end, I would like to be able to play around with those characters. So as long as I have the option to do that, so I want to play my Marauder. Apologies, I do not know the name of the other characters, but I assume the other classes in the game. I would like to have one of each, and then I can play around with them and do what I want to do with them. Like you said, Dennis, there's a new build come out that's great for a mage class. Kind of want to swap over and go play around with it for a bit, right? Go spend a few hours trying it out. Maybe it's a lot of fun, but maybe I don't like it either. So do you invest into the respec, try it out? Yeah, it's okay, and they'll leave it there.
That's kind of the concept of leagues, where you basically play your Marauder for this league, and then you play a witch for the next one. So that's why they kind of balance things around in that way. But then also, how would you feel? Because Tarky talked about like the new content, like the expedition stuff being released. How would you feel that? Let's say that you are playing Flicker now, and you're really enjoying it, but it's kind of shitty. You know that you can't do the things that you really want to do in the game, and the ability just as a baseline does not permit you because it's too weak. And the next league, you're reading the patch notes, and they're like, "Yo, Flicker Strike, 50 times better. Now you can do everything." Would that be a draw for you? Like, would you be interested then?
I assume you're suggesting this from the point of view, just so I have the context of the question, right? I stay with Flicker like now, but I eventually hit map whatever, and it's just not viable anymore. So I have to turn it off. Well, yeah, of course it's a draw to come back. I mean, the ideal world is you can play whatever you want, right? They're all reasonably close. They just have a different play style. Some things are always mechanically going to be better. That's a normal thing in any of these games. Otherwise, you've got no variety, and we all crave variety. Like massive, I never like massive swings. I don't think any of us do. Like huge swings one way or the other. Like it's the best, it's dead. It's the best, it's dead. Like that's what's always sucks. Personally, I'm fine with being 10% under in this game, not in World of Warcraft. Very different experience. If I'm fine with being 10% under in a solo play
Hmm.
experience, I'm fine with that. I'm totally okay with that. If I can get what I want to get done,
across
fine.
the board.
But yeah, that's fine for me. But huge swings backwards and forwards, no, I'm not down with that at all.
So my other follow-up to that is you may have been told this by your friends, but one of the big things that GG is working on is this thing called Path of Exile 2, and the main thing is they're completely changing the campaign. It's going to be a whole new campaign. There's the No 10X. It's not going to come out for like another 4 years or who knows when. But from your experience as a new player going into it completely blind, what are the kind of things that you would maybe want to see improved or changed or different that would make it the game more fun for someone coming in fresh to Path of Exile?
Fucking story, man. Jesus Christ. It's painful because the voice acting is really good. But you can't have this game that plays at 250 miles an hour, and then you go back to town and you're like, well, I better sit down and put my slippers on because I've got to listen to what 35 minutes of fucking dialogue before I find out that I just have to go next door. Like you can have that stuff for the big overarching story. That's fine. But listening to somebody drone on to tell you that you need to go to the next room, which is often what the quests are, and collect something. It was painful. And I felt bad because the voice acting and the storytelling is good, like the actual core of it. But it was so much every time you went back to town that I got, and especially because we have that thing in our brains that when you see the exclamation mark over people's heads on that map, you need to go and click them. And it's just back to back to back to back to back. And it's every time you just want to go to your stash, drop your stuff off, and get back out to flickering around the room. That's where my fun is. I come back and it's like, talk to me, talk to me. Well, you see, the vines in the desert, they're broken. And we need the potion. And, oh my God, kill me, dude. Like, please, for the love of God. Like, get to the point. Please. And that was every time I went back to town. And I ended up just doing what I imagine a lot of people do, which is missing over this quality voice acting by just going click, 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 looking at the quest log, which was like, go to the ossuary, go to the reliquary, do whatever you need to do, and off you go.
Yeah.
Right? Click that was what I ended up doing. And I ended up doing that in Act 1. And I have listened to I've played Metal Gear Solid 4. I have seen a lot of dialogue in my time, right? I've seen an 1.5 hour long cutscene. But this was, and it spoiled it for me because I had absolutely no idea why I was doing anything I was doing in the game at any point. At some point, I was in the Black Core. Don't know. At some point, I realized about Act 7 that I was going through the same maps again, but now the world was ruined. And I was like, wait a minute. What's going on? I was like, I've been to this because I recognized the town. I was like, wait a minute. I'm back in the same town I was in before. I was like, and then I just pieced together, somebody must have done something to the world. And I assume it was that Katava fella. I was like, okay, carry on. But I had no clue through any point. I just didn't have the patience to listen to. It was too front loaded. That was the only thing. It was too slow and it was too front loaded. I actually didn't mind when they were telling the story through, when you click poems and whatever. While you're playing, they're telling you the story. That was all right. That was pretty cool. Because I'm still playing your awesome, awesome game. Like, absolutely. I think this game is phenomenal from what I've explained so far. Any World of Warcraft player who's interested in loot, especially, would have a blast. That was great. But coming back to the town after just murdering hundreds of enemies and just being like, killed it for me. And I just was like, okay, I'm getting back out because this isn't doing it for me. So I really hope they fix that. Massively hope they fix that because I can't be the only one who has no clue what's happening in the story of this game without watching an external third-party video or something like that.
I mean, as a veteran player, I have like the gist of it, but like all the small details, even after how many hours do we have? Like,
yeah,
20, 30,000 hours invested or something at this point. It's like, dude, I don't know all the tidbits. Because I've never bothered going through all of it.
Basically, what happened with that was that Path of Exile was the same way that Diablo 3 was, where you would like do one campaign, then you would do the same thing and the same thing and the same thing. So at a certain point, there were 4 acts, and they were like, "Yo, we're designing Act 5. It's gonna be super great." And then instead of designing Act 5, they released 5, 6, 7, 8, you know,
9, 10.
9 and 10.
Yep.
And that was a huge shock moment for the community. But when they actually got to play it, a lot of it was basically, yeah, the same thing, but kind of like dressed up differently and all that.
I have a question then, though, because as somebody who came in late and wasn't excited about the game, obviously, because my only experience was Diablo 3 and I didn't particularly enjoy it. So when Path of Exile was coming, it wasn't one of the games I was following and tracking because I knew I wasn't going to play it, right? I already was like, oh, Path of Exile is coming. What is it? ARPG? Cross. I'm not playing it. Did they... Like, Diablo is known for its cutscenes, right? So, yeah. I mean, I've sat in BlizzCon when they played that big cutscene and all that kind of stuff. The screen broke, which was hilarious during the Diablo 4 reveal. That was pretty funny. But do they do that for Path of Exile? Like, do you get the gist of a story from, like, a cutscene coming out or a video?
Path of Exile is also known for its cutscenes.
I've never seen one.
No, you have.
Are there none?
I firmly remember you seeing one.
What is this? Quinn dying? Is that the cutscene?
No,
there was a cutscene.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was. Was it butterflies and then it just went off?
There was a statue breaking apart.
Yeah.
So PoE is known for its cutscenes, the one, you know, and how like it's nothing basically.
So we've asked Chris about this before, and he basically said early on, yeah, it's something we thought about doing, but like it's all this money that we'd rather just invest into the game itself, which I kind of respect. But then at some point, they did the weird Act 5 shitty little cutscene, and I was kind of like, Another tidbit on that same note that I think you might find interesting.
Hit this